entering the age of Voltaire, of course. We're probably about 3/4 of the way through. Obviously, an awful lot of activity been going on, a lot of activity around governance. DREPs are obviously going to be a critical role. The Constitutional Committee, we now have the interim version of that. And then, of course, the SPO is still fulfilling a major role. And I think really Voltaire is, the nature of governance is that everything becomes a damn sight more complicated. And this is why we're really here to talk about trying to map the ecosystem. And why have we got a picture of an elephant on this slide, Ben?
First of all, if anybody remembers anything from this talk, the time between research getting commissioned and actual tech getting put into kind of production or built is getting shorter and shorter. I always thought that was interesting. I probably need to give you a maths-based answer on that. But the blind man and the elephant, you know, we've all heard the parable where there's 6 blind men. They're all in a dark room, or they're blind, and they're feeding the elephant. And you know, one is saying it's a wall, one saying it's a fan, one saying it's a snake, because they all have a different part of the elephant. And you know, a wise woman says to them, you each have a different part of the whole, and it's only together you're going to be able to understand the big picture. You know, and this is talking about a proximity bias. It's talking about in the ecosystem, people are generally responding to what they can see around them in their line of sight. But as this ecosystem is getting bigger and there are so many other opportunities and roles, it becomes much more important to understand what's important to you, what you're doing, and what I can do to coordinate with you. So I think there is a proximity bias that we all suffer from, and it's something that you need to be conscious of so that we can work on improving.
So I think that the problem isn't so much about collaboration, because I think Cardano has an incredibly collaborative and helpful community, and I think that's been one of the biggest takeouts, I think, of the growth of the ecosystem, the way that we've seen these natural partnerships, alliances, and opportunities for cross you know, working across different projects to kind of overall exponential growth. But as you say, the problem is getting a grasp of the entirety of it as it gets more complicated. Now, again, we've got an ecosystem map here. This is brought to us by our friends at Cardano Cube, and it's a fantastic resource which really tries to lay out some of the projects that are active within the Cardano ecosystem. But it's really only one part of the picture, isn't it, Ben?
Yeah, you know, think back to that timeline Tim just showed you. As those different functionalities and roles existed, you know, it's not just a timeline. There were all these microclimates, these different parts of the ecosystem that become their own, you know, islands, culture. And, you know, I was sat on Twitter Spaces and heard NFT people saying, you know, people don't understand the NFT ecosystem, what we do for Cardano. And the NFT ecosystem is creative. So it's very like EQ. A lot of the protocol developers, the people that are building the blockchain, it's very technical. So they don't all see the world the same way. They don't speak the same language. They're living in a different microclimate, different culture. The other thing that we spoke about yesterday was how these maps are brilliant, right? Most ecosystem maps that you see are like this. There's logos, there's categories, it's a list. But it's also a little bit like Peacock's Tail, because a Peacock's Tail, like many ecosystem maps that you see in the industry, is demonstrating vitality and you know, health and growth. But it's also limited, right? It's surface level deep. So it's a display for attention, but it's surface level. You can't make much decisions with it, and so it's important to have that view. But that isn't the only way to view the ecosystems, because it's relationships all the way down.
Yeah, and it's the interconnectivity that you can't really hope to capture through a sort of a standard ecosystem map, particularly. Ben, you've got a nice analogy about Middle Earth and people understanding within an environment the difference between perspective and perception.
Right, we're all trapped in our own perception, right? That's subjective, that's unique to you. But, you know, through communication, relationships, we can have a shared perspective, which is the broader picture. So when I first started talking to Tim about some of the problems that I wanted to solve, I was talking about, look, DREPs, ambassadors, people in the ecosystem, some of them will be out in the Shire with the hobbits. And you might send some of your team out to Rivendell to talk to the elves. Some of them will be out in Mordor talking to the orcs. What's important to get a real understanding of the ecosystem is that these people come back and give you some precious objects like needs, challenges, obstacles, ways that people see success in terms of what they want to achieve. And if you can bring these different perspectives back and basically help other people navigate them, you're going to have better coordination. And this is about bottom-up growth, right? Communities are self-organizing. It's not just top-down. And to be self-organizing, the left hand needs to know what the right hand's doing. So the Lord of the Rings example was exactly that, Mordor, what you would hear people coming back saying about what's happening in Mordor, the Shire and Riverdale, you'd hear very different stories. You've got to put those pieces together, the whole, like the elephant parable, to understand what the big threats are, what the big opportunities are. Sauron's coming, that kind of thing.
And I think obviously this is particularly relevant as we move into this new kind of, we're being competed with from the other stage here. They're a little bit louder than us at the moment, so don't strain your voice too much, Ben. I think as we're entering this kind of new age of governance, this is particularly prescient, because for us to be successful as an ecosystem in this new age of governance, and for us to be able to work within the tripartite system, the DREPs, the Constitutional Committee and the SPOs, then that sense of perspective and perception of other roles within the ecosystem is going to be really important. And you've recently launched a project, Ben, to try and map those roles and to try and more clearly define who is doing what within the ecosystem, who is working with whom, where can different projects add value to other projects. Tell us a little bit more about the process you've been doing recently.
Yeah, a lot of people are struggling to be heard to get value, and that leads to a lot of competition and noise. And it's important actually that people are seen in the ecosystem first before you then ensure everybody's heard, so that the community becomes self-aware and value itself. So if you think about the DREPs and the past 3-4 months, maybe a bit longer, they've run 6 different DREP workshops. And that was really focused, as Einstein was telling us yesterday, about defining what the delegated aspect of being a delegated representative is. But the second step of delegated representative is, how are you going to represent the ecosystem? How are you going to ensure that it's seen and heard and valued? And so that's what I've been working on, is looking at ways that IO can contribute some of our ecosystem thinking to the DREPs, to the community. Ultimately, it's up to them whether they want to pick some of this line of thinking up, but I've been sharing some maps and some thinking about that today. And
so we'll jump into the maps. Probably just worth mentioning now for anybody watching this who isn't familiar with the sort of Cardano governance model. The DREPs really are a critical role in future governance, because at the end of the day, it will be the DREPs who are ultimately making the decisions on behalf of the community, on behalf of the people who have delegated to them. They will be making the decisions about the future of Cardano. What are the new technologies that need to be built? What are some of the investments, the wider investments that need to be built? So without that sense of perspective of other people's points of view, you're not going to get a really effective DREP system. So I think that's one of the key things to point out, which is one of the drivers behind this. So we've got a nice little map here. Ben, tell us what this is and tell us how you got to this.
So, as we said earlier, most maps are actors and logos. That's what you usually see. This is a map of relationships and roles. So it's the different hats that people can wear. So with this, DREPs and the community can better understand what's beyond their line of sight. I was talking to an NFT project, for example, and they were frustrated that they felt they were having to compete with all these other NFT projects. And using this map, we had a discussion where I'm able to say, well, what utility are you offering other parts of the ecosystem that would help you compete? So you're not just an NFT project, for example. So the map here really is, it's one part. There's many things that can be built on it, but it's really to be able to help people to look beyond their line of sight. That's the initial use of it. I think there is an opportunity and argument to be made to DREPs as representatives. They're in action, they're live, they're in flight. There could be a sensory network for Cardano. So if DREPs were to choose to self-report and self-represent and share their perspectives initially with each other, they'll all be able to better coordinate and understand what's going on. But I also think that potentially those kind of insights could be mapped out too on top of this as an additional layer, so that people are, all the DREPs are feeding into this sensory system, and Cardano itself can better respond to the environment that it's in. One of the things is, governance and coordination is hard. If you have a look at Bitcoin and Ethereum, it's difficult to enact change, and Cosmos L1s and L2s, there's a fragmented identity with these L2s. They're not the whole, and Polkadot had all this drama around the treasury recently, right? So people are quick to assume...
And Polkadot recently obviously had its own kind of challenges around some of the marketing spend of the treasury.
Yeah.
And again, to be clear, this isn't to diss any of those projects. I think it's actually just to highlight that governance is complicated, and as much as we need to learn from each other within the Cardano community, we also need to understand maybe some of the pitfalls we might fall into.
Yeah, I mean, what it's really showing you, all those things have in common is a coordination problem, and it's difficult. And so people will jump to diagnose that they've got a marketing or an adoption issue. And actually, as we scale and get bigger and bigger, the first problem to resolve is a coordination issue. So you have to seek first to understand other people before you want to be understood. And what's important is having intentional relationships.
And in terms of roles, I think, how many roles did you sort of identify? Tell us a bit about the process you went through, the roles you've identified, who you spoke to.
Yeah, so we have a framework underneath this map. The map is just an output, so we probably have about 65, 68 different roles we've identified and needs. And the first step in sort of validating these ideas was to go and talk to 20 pretty hyper-connected people that we're building in Cardano. And in those one-to-ones, I would walk through the different hats that you wore. So I would say, what are the roles you currently perform? What are the roles that you sort of partially perform in the ecosystem out of the 65 we've identified? And what are the ones that you might in the future? And then one by one, put on a different hat and walk me through what are your needs? What are the challenges and the obstacles that you're facing? How do you see success when you're wearing that hat in terms of metrics? And now that we've talked about what the ecosystem can do for you, with that hat on, what could you do for the ecosystem? And 100% of people said they would invest their time into helping us develop maps like these. 95% said they would do that monthly. So it wasn't just something that was free, where you could be like, yeah, I'd like that, right? It was like it was going to cost you something to help us develop it. So there was a real interest in it. And I've been talking to Tim about this for a long time. And Tim was like, Ben, you're going to have to make something visual to help people understand rather than relying on just explaining it verbally, And it's a really good example because just explaining stuff message sent isn't message received, right? Explaining stuff to people over and over, they're only going to hear 10% of what you're really saying. Something visual like this puts the power in their hands where they can sort of explore themselves.
And I think the thing that's nice about the visual representation here is we often talk about Cardano being a digital nation state. I mean, I think the way the map looks at it, it's actually a kind of a digital archipelago at the moment. And I suppose ultimately success would be to join these islands together and to effectively create that mainland digital nation state. So Ben, this is really just an early version of the map. It's done for purposes just to kind of, visual explanation of what we're doing. What's next for you, and what's your call out to the community in terms of trying to develop this maybe as an idea and a vehicle for collaboration?
I've seen some really interesting Catalyst proposals and other people thinking about how to map the ecosystem. I think that what you said to me yesterday, firstly, there's a standards issue, right? Is it possible to agree, all of us, Cardano Cube, Intersect members, the DREPs, what are the definitions of the roles in the ecosystem? Can we come to a consensus on that? So that's standards, first of all. The second, there are lots of interesting people doing different work and have a line of thinking similar to my own. I would like to really encourage us to form some sort of a coalition or coordination within Intersect.
A special interest group or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, ultimately, I can't do it, right? The community has to decide they want it themselves. So I'm really looking for people to come up to me and say, I want to be involved in this. And if I could get a strong response, that's what could, I think, Intersect, may be willing to kind of support it themselves. I spoke to Lloyd, I spoke to Adam Rush, I spoke to D-Reps. So I just want to talk to people that are really interested in helping the ecosystem see itself and become more self-aware, so that it can be more innovative, you know, and grow in a sustainable way.
Ben, fantastic. We're out of time, but thank you very much for listening, everybody. And our details are there. We'd love to talk to you all about this and take this a little bit further. Thank you.
Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Rare Evo 2025 tickets are on sale now. Save big. General admission passes are discounted to $250, and VIP passes are only $800. Join us August 7th through 9th, 2025 at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Hurry, only 30 days left to save. Visit rareevo.io and buy your tickets now. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there.
She'll unmute you right before.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. I'll introduce myself, I guess. I'll introduce myself, I guess. No,
I think is he introducing?
no.
Yeah, number 2.
I'll just go.
I was gonna say this should. What time does it start? Oh yeah, it can't be now. Seth, you want to introduce yourself? Yeah.
Yep. All right. All right. Doing a little self-introduction again today. So, welcome everyone to the making of Hydra Doom. This is going to be a fun one. And for those of you who are maybe watching from home, hello. Right, so let's get into it. If you can switch to the slides. There we go. All right. So the clicker isn't working. Apologize for that. All right. Well, I guess we're going to be riffing a little bit. So before I start the the slides and everything, I just noticed before I went over here that we're almost at 25 million transactions for this event. I don't know if you passed it. It was 24.7. But we're getting there. It's we're seeing a lot of people playing it online from home, people playing it here on at the event site as well on the cabinets, and it's been a crazy adventure. Once we get the clicker working, I'll hopefully tell you all about it. Or we skip the slides and oh, there we go. All right, nice. So before I go into the meat and potatoes, I really want to give credit where credit is due. I want to give a huge shout out to Pi and the guys from Sunday Labs. They've been doing, touching more or less everything in the project. It literally wouldn't have happened without them. And they're, the stuff that they've been able to pull off to get this done has been absolutely monumental. I also want to give a shout out to Sebastian Nagel from the Hydra team. He's the guy, if you've followed on Twitter, he's the guy that made the whiskey video where he was playing with some black metal in the background, so he sort of made the first proof of concept. 1 second, I'll all right, well, it did change. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you, sorry. And also a massive shout out to Adam Dean. There's, of course, a lot more people than are on this slide that were, it takes a village to raise hell, as they say. So I want to give a shout out to Sam Leathers as well, and a lot of the people that helped out with all of this. So the question while we're all here, can it run Doom? Now, for those of you who are not familiar, with a 31-year-old video game, I want to talk a little bit about the Doom part. So the blockchain parts makes a little bit more sense later. So imagine this: it's 1993. People can smoke inside. I've seen some people smoke inside here as well, but at least in Norway, that's very, very quaint. Computers looked like this. They were running MS-DOS. Storage was on these floppy disks, 1.44 megabytes per. And, oh, they removed that one. Okay. I was about, as cool as I would ever be. So id Software released the Doom game. It's one of their flagship products, and it's helped sort of cement the genre of first-person shooters. Now, fun fact, the original Doom game was stored on these floppy disks, and it was distributed, the full game, 3 episodes, on 4 floppy disks. So the first chapter and the game engine is stored on the first 2 of these floppy disks, and it was distributed as shareware for everyone. And then you were encouraged to send cash in a letter to somewhere, and then hope that they sent the last 2 floppy disks in the mail again back to you, and you could play the entire game. So, fun fact, if you take the newest Doom installation, Doom Eternal, and you try and install that on floppy disks, you're going to need about 50,000 of them. So if you stack them on top of each other, the actual stack, the tower, would be taller than the building we're in now. But to break down the Doom engine a little bit, or the Doom game, the Doom game is actually comprised of 2 main components. You have the doom.wad file, which is, what you might consider the Doom game. It contains, the maps, the monsters, the weapons, everything that you sort of see on screen. And then you have the Doom engine, which is running all of the logic of sort of how each frame is progressing and everything that's sort of going on underneath the hood. And then you connect the Doom WAD file, you load that into the game engine, and you can play the game. Now, this is a pretty clever design, because actually what this allows you to do, or in this case it also allows id Software to do, is to just replace the .wad file and put it into the Doom game engine, and you can play multiple games on the same game engine, so you don't have to redo a lot of the work. So this is the case for Doom 2, for example, which runs on the Doom engine, along with Hexen and Strife and a couple of other games. But another thing this actually opened up for was community-made games. So the Doom community is actually a pretty cool community. They came together and they made a lot of custom maps. Now, some of these are pretty simple, like just replacing monster sprites with different characters from videos or from movies and shows. But some of them I cannot really adequately describe. Like, for example, myhouse.wad, which is, it sounds innocuous, but I can't even describe it. It's like a avant-garde, postmodern art piece that you can play in the Doom game engine. It's incredible. Yeah. If you haven't tried any custom mods, take a look at that one because it's actually insane. And we're joined by Hosky. I like it. All right. So a second component of this as well is that the game engine itself was actually open sourced in 1997. It was open source to run on Linux, whereas most people had, DOS at the time. So one of the first things people did was they re-implemented the game to work on DOS, and they created a game fork, or what's called a source port of the game engine. Now, people did this for a lot of things. So they got it to run on different devices. I know there's a Nintendo 64 version of Doom. There's stuff that can run on basically everything. And the practice of taking the game engine and implementing it in a different language. The original was written in C, but some people rewrote it in Java, or they rewrote it in Python, or I know even an attempt to rewrite it in Haskell. So this was a lot of you end up with like a forking tree almost of these different source ports. So I think it was best summarized by one of the core sort of can it run Doom enthusiasts called Kinsey, when he said that this practice of source porting Doom is computer science's most violent Hello World replacement. So let's take a look at what it takes to run Doom. So back in the day, computers actually looked like this. They were workstations. They weren't really intended for gaming. One of the consequences of that is that all of the basic features that gaming consoles needed, which is like for example scrolling or refreshing the page fairly quickly or being able to handle a lot of inputs, they weren't really optimized to do. People were thinking back in the day that consoles are for gaming, so the Atari, the Super Nintendo, the arcade machines, you had like this bespoke hardware for gaming, whereas computers were sort of, for word processing and stuff. So when id Software managed to make an earlier game called Commander Keen, which was just a simple side-scroller, it's reasonably similar to the Super Mario and the like, this was actually considered a pretty big achievement because it was running on computers. So even just having vertical scrolling was pretty hard to get done. Now, a consequence of this, they had to do a lot of optimizations to the game engine to make it basically run on very restricted hardware. Combine this with 3+ decades of exponential hardware improvements, and you are able to actually now run Doom on different devices like Texas Instruments graphing calculators powered by 700 potatoes. Or, in a recent example, on smart devices like automated lawnmowers. So this one from Husqvarna, they actually did a thing where they're able to run Doom on the lawnmower. Now this actually says more about the kind of chips that they're putting into these things than the actual complexity of running the game, because it's cheaper to put a super powerful chip into these things that are just way more powerful than what they actually need, than it is to downscale to what they would need, because the chips are just so readily available that it's actually more expensive to go simpler. So the question is, that we're hopefully going to be elaborating a little bit on is, can it run Doom the Cardano side? So what does it even mean for a blockchain to run Doom? Well, the idea that I had was for each frame of the game, as you're playing the game, you're moving around, shooting things, picking stuff up, I wanted to have some sort of representation of the game state and a validation of the game progression on the blockchain. Now there is an immediate problem here, which is, each frame, there's 35 frames per second, so it's about 28 milliseconds between frames in the game to have it running smoothly. Whereas on the Cardano blockchain, the inter-block time is on average 20 seconds. So, you're not going to get the same performance if you're trying to do it the straightforward way. But what I would in principle do is build a transaction that takes the frame data. And what I mean by that is we have a game state UTXO that contains a player key, which is unique to the player and the game session, the position that the user has on the map, and it contains other things as well, like the player's health, the ammo, and other things you see, for example, on a heads-up display. And then you put that into the game engine. You combine that with a reference script, which is validating the game state transition you're proposing. So you are saying, okay, I'm going to be moving over here now, and this is the new game state. Now we have a reference script that actually checks that that is valid. So I'm not like teleporting around or giving myself, infinite ammo or anything like that the game engine is not supposed to allow. Now the user inputs is contained in the redeemer to this transaction, and the output is the new game state. All of this is then signed by the player key and ideally submitted to the blockchain. But as we talked about, the blockchain isn't really, giving the performance that you like to have to run a game in real time. So what instead that we're doing is there is a layer 2 scaling solution called Hydra, so we're just submitting the transaction into that state channel as well instead. So let me tell you a little bit about Hydra. So Hydra heads, they are a layer 2 scaling solution for Cardano. They're what's called an isomorphic state channel, based on peer-reviewed research by IOG. They're fast, they're secure, and if you're thinking to yourself right now, what is an isomorphic state channel? I got you covered. I came up with an analogy that it isn't perfect, but at least it's easier to understand for people who aren't experts in these things. So Hydra heads, an analogy. So if you consider the Cardano mainnet as the ground, as it were, then a Hydra head is slightly similar to a plane. And what you can do is, while the plane is on the ground, you can load it up with cargo and crew, which in this case is UTXOs and participants in the Hydra head, and then you can have it take off. Now, once it's in the air, there's a lot of things that happen. So inside the plane, you can actually move stuff around, and you can move it around pretty quickly. Also, you can move it around with different parameters. So on the main chain, on the ground, you have to pay fees to move stuff around. Inside the head, you can parameterize it, so you don't have to pay fees. You can have literally free transactions, and that's what we're doing with the Doom thing. All of the game state validations are all being done for free, just to sort of showcase the technology. There are a couple of other benefits to this as well. So one of them is that the congestion or the traffic conditions on the main chain doesn't really matter while you're in the air. So you can keep flying and you can do everything sort of as fast as you want, independent of how congested it might be on the main chain or inside other Hydra heads. Because that's one of the main benefits of using Hydra heads is you can take off as many planes as you want and have them fly around in the air. And if your application is able to make use of this parallelizable function, you can actually scale, in a way that is practically uncapped. You can spin up new heads on demand as much as you want. So when you land, the main chain, the ground is going to be, you're going to be in a different place, and ultimately it's only the end state that matters. So, if you do one transaction before you close, or 10 million transaction, or 27 million, as we're currently doing in the Hydra demo, it doesn't matter, right? Like the only thing that really matters is the end state that you're using to close it. So, on a slightly more serious note, I'm haunted by the words of Jeff Goldblum when I was doing this. We were so preoccupied with whether or not we could that we didn't really stop to think if we should do this. So the question is then can it run Doom? Should it run Doom? Right? Why did we actually do this on the slightly serious note? So there's a couple of very good reasons to do this. First of all, hopefully we're able to inspire people by seeing that Hydra is able to perform. It's real, it's here, you can play with it, you can see it. Hopefully, people are going to be thinking a little bit outside the box on what they can use this thing for and start building more new applications. Now, another one is it's a very useful reference. So for people that are actually trying to build applications with technology like this, it's all very complex, it's all very unfamiliar until you've done it a couple of times. So having a reference like this to see, okay, how did they deal with this? How did you, for example, each frame is a signed and submitted transaction, but the user isn't manually typing in their password and signing each frame. that would be horrible user experience. So how did we deal with that? Well, you can look at the open source code, because everything's open source, right? You can just go and look at it right now. You can deploy it if you want right now as well yourself. And it's a very useful reference for people. Now the third point is also very important, and it's for this project, we're making a couple of artifacts that are pieces of open source code that are very useful for people that want to use Hydra in development or in deployment. So when you want to actually pick this thing up, actually deploy your application, actually do all of this stuff, there's a couple of things we're making here that are open source that are going to be tremendously helpful for you to do this. So this one is, can it run Doom? The next steps part. Or what I call, let's see if it made it into the slides. Yes, it did, okay. Can it run Doom? The community. So basically, as much as we managed to do, and as fantastic as that work was, keep in mind that this was all done by a very small team working, outside of work hours in a 2-month time period. Like the time crush was insane, the complexity was baffling, and we managed to get it done, but there were a lot of things we had to cut from scope that we would have liked to get done. One of those items is dynamic head administration. So currently what's happening is when people are connecting, they are getting assigned to a Hydra head that is available, that has capacity to host their game session and service their gameplay. But at the moment, we're spinning up, I think we've spun up 65 heads or something for this demo. Whereas what we would like to do is to create a dynamic head administration which spins up new heads as you need it to meet demand. And then they can close it down if things cool down a little bit. And that would be incredibly useful for different applications that might want to build again. We didn't manage to get that done in time, but the good thing is Sunday Labs have actually committed to delivering this after the Rare Evo event. A second part is you probably, hopefully at least, everyone has attended a LAN party at some point. You bring your computer, yeah, this guy gets it. You bring a computer, you bring some snacks, some comfy clothes, and like an actual barrel of Mountain Dew, and then you just play video games with your friends all night. And usually you can do that over local area network, so you can play multiplayer, with everyone. Now, to do this, we actually need to do a couple of small things. Well, the first one isn't so small, adding multiplayer, but the other thing, enabling people to deploy this at home, would be to just make the docs and the deployment a little bit easier for people. So what we're planning to do, or what I'm hoping that we can achieve, is clean up the repos a little bit, make some better deployment documentation, and then we can see Cardano communities all over the globe come together and just play Doom. Like one person hosts the head, the rest people connect to that head, and they can play it together. Hopefully multiplayer, so you can have like a deathmatch. So this one is an interesting one as well, because what I was hoping to get done with this project, I wasn't able to get completely done. We have a proof of concept for this, but the game engine itself, like as I noted, there's different source ports of the game. And what I was hoping to do was literally source port the entire game engine, including the graphics renderer, including a lot of different components, .wad reader, all of this stuff as a smart contract, and launch that into a Hydra head, so that you could upload a .wad file to the Hydra head, and then you could read from there and literally play the entire game on chain. We didn't quite get there though, so what we've done is like a proof of concept where we're taking a small subset of the game logic and using that in the transaction validation. But this could be a really cool challenge for someone that wants to either show their mettle as a developer, or as a language developer. So for example, for Icon, Plutias, Helios, any of these other languages, to show that what they have is able to make some really complex sets of smart contracts. So there are a couple of other applications as well. As cool as Doom is, I do think there are other video games out there. I've heard the rumors, and I do think that they might actually benefit from some sort of Hydra infrastructure on the back end. So I've spoken to a lot of the game devs that are here actually, and I think, you know, we can adjust some of the code, or at least, you know, take parts of it and make new, you know, actual products out of this that allow you to use Hydra as a part of the solution for whatever it is you're doing. So, you know, be this games, or, you know, different leaderboards, or whatever. Sorry, I lost my flow there for a second. But yeah, so, you know, what we've made is not really a product, right? It's a tech demo. It's just kind of for fun. We're gonna, you know, keep hacking away at this after the fact, because, you know, when I made these slides, basically we didn't know that we were gonna do this until the summit, and, you know, about the prize money that Charles promised. So, you know, we're gonna get to work after this. But making a general purpose gaming backend, I do think there are a lot of applications there, and from the ones I've talked to, you know, there's some potential there. So one of those, you know, sort of adjacent products, it doesn't have to be necessarily for gaming, but if you noticed, we have a leaderboard. When you play, you know, you scan the thing with your wallet, and you can play the game, and we actually have a leaderboard of the, you know, most performant people across the different categories. So at the moment, we're just tracking kills and secrets found and items found. We're not tracking time, and I think that's because of Josh and Pi. They knew that I would beat them on the speedrunning part, so they didn't dare. But yeah, I'm hoping that we can get time in there as well at some point. That would have to be map specific though. But you can imagine, okay, so imagine you have a leaderboard like this. Someone wants to do a token drop, or, you know, a marketing thing. So they have some tokens, and they have some sort of game or a collaboration, and they want to do a tournament. So they load the tokens into a Hydra head. They do the tournament, fill up the leaderboard with all of the participants that are connected with their wallets. And then when you close the Hydra head, during the fan out of the head, the tokens that they loaded in initially is just automatically distributed to the winners of the competition. I think that could be pretty cool. Last one is, and I think, you know, I don't want to drop any alpha before, you know, we've got it confirmed, but so this one is not a technical thing. So for non-devs that are, you know, a little bit creative and like gaming, we actually started working on a Cardano custom Doom map, like a custom .wad file. We didn't get it done in time because, you know, the person that was working on that had to, you know, he left before he could complete it. But, you know, we started adding the Hydra as a, you know, monster in the game that you could combat. We had a lot of little Easter eggs planned, you know, flying Nikes all over the place. It would have been a lot of fun. So, but, you know, this is all open source. You know, anyone can make a Doom map. So I really encourage people to, you know, pick up, you know, one of the game engine or map development engines, or these software components, and help create a Cardano custom Doom map. Now, I think this could be a lot of fun, and especially, you know, considering the tournament that we're going to have, I think it would be, you know, absolutely rad to have a custom Doom map that's based on, you know, the Cardano ecosystem. So featuring all of the projects that we know and love, and then we can have the actual deathmatch at the summit in there. I think that would be really cool. So a quick little call to action for everyone. Visit hydra.family to learn more about, you know, the Hydra, the product. And if you're interested in any of the, you know, next steps portions, join the IOG Discord. So we have a channel there set up for Hydra Doom. And, you know, that's where we're going to be trying to facilitate some of these conversations. Now, it seems like, you know, we're going to be actually putting some more effort behind this than what I initially feared, which means that, you know, there's probably going to be some activity there. And it's going to be a lot of fun opportunities to, you know, have some more fun with Doom. So thank you very much, everyone, for coming. And, yeah, enjoy the rest of your day.
Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Rare Evo 2025 tickets are on sale now. Save big.
Do you know where that
General
extra speaker
admission
is?
Passes are discounted to $250.
Okay.
And VIP passes are only $800. Join us August
Thomas?
7th through 9th, 2025
Okay.
at Caesars
Oh, I
Palace,
see him right
Las
there.
Vegas. Hurry, only 30 days left to save. Visit rareevo.io and buy your tickets now. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night.
who's up at 11:30.
This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zen.
I believe so. That's awesome.
Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo
people to
attendees
show up.
get in free.
It just seems like everything is so
Contact
scattered.
us
it
for
is.
So many things one between this, the workshops.
I'm tempted just to start yelling.
Visit rareevo.io.
That'll be a nice way to get everybody drawn in here.
Good talk.
Dude,
I have to talk at midday, and yesterday.
so I've got the pleasure of introducing you.
Oh, thank you.
Is this okay? Do you want me to introduce you any other way?
No, that's perfect.
Okay, perfect.
Rare has been committed to providing high
Do I have a hard stop? Is there anybody directly after me, or do I have a little
Yes,
room?
I believe that there is a hard stop. Yeah.
Thank you for your support.
I assume that we'll assume it's you until I'm told otherwise. So come down and.
Oh, if you don't mind if I just, yep. Yeah. Yeah, so right after you, there's a 5-minute break and then DeFi. So yeah, Steven had just popped up, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So just forward back, is that it? Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, the ramp is back.
Okay, cool. I'm just going to throw my gun out, and I'll be right there.
Thought there'd be a trash can a lot closer. Walk all the way out to the find a trash can. Yeah.
Let's do it. You just unmute this for me? Yeah, I'd like to do it.
All right. Give me the word. All righty. Hello, Cardano community. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that last talk there from Trim Brusette dealing with Hydra and Doom on Cardano. If you guys aren't aware, Charles did mention that there will be a tournament taking place at the upcoming Cardano Summit in Dubai. I believe it's 100,000 USDM, which if you guys aren't aware, that's a stable coin here building on Cardano up for grabs. And Charles mentioned that he himself will be participating in the actual tournament. So get ready for that. As Trim mentioned, join, I believe it's the Hydra.family website, or check that out. There should be a lot more resources available for you there. All right, moving over, I'm going to be introducing the next speaker for today's event. That'll be none other than Thomas Mayfield, focusing on SSI, or Self-Sovereign Identity Solutions. So without any further ado, please join me in putting your hands together for Thomas Mayfield, the team lead for Decentralized Trust and Identity from the Cardano Foundation.
Testing. Very good. Okay, I was asked that if there weren't a lot of people here in the seats, that I'm supposed to come out here and start doing something similar to what was done by Microsoft. But instead of yelling developer, 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 I'm going to be yelling identity, identity, identity in an attempt to try and gather as many people here to the stage as possible, because we have an extremely important topic we need to discuss that will impact our future definitely. So identity, identity, identity. Today I'd like to speak about the future of identity. And when we speak about the future of identity, I mean the next generation of self-sovereign identity, not just for individuals, but for organizations as well. Because we need to understand how we can grow our identities within our enterprise-based systems, our globally reaching infrastructure, beyond the fact of you and I carrying a verifiable credential in our wallet to show that we've received a diploma or a certificate. We need real-world solutions. Before I get into those specifics, I would like to show some gratitude and thanks to the team that I lead here at the Cardano Foundation. I have the great honor to lead a small team within the foundation known as the Decentralized Trust and Identity Solutions team. And together we have been working on identity solutions that we can apply to our ecosystem, but also to larger, wider ecosystems within Web 2, and to provide enterprise-grade identity solutions. Before we get into those solutions, and a bit of the specifics behind decentralized identity, I want to talk about future-proofing. The concept of future-proofing your systems is to design a system in which can grow for the longevity of time. It can remain efficient and secure, and can adapt and adjust to the unknown requirements and governing frameworks that can evolve over time. Now, that is not a simple thing to do, but it is something that needs to be prioritized when you are developing systems of scale and of significance. When we think about future-proofing identity, that is also the ability to ensure that the identity you have is one that you can take with you for your whole life, whether you are an individual or this is the lifespan of an organization. Why is this important? Why do we care? Why am I up here on stage? Because we have a problem, and that problem is on screen right now. We have ever-growing compromises. The way we use the internet has increased. We've enhanced our applications and the way we leverage this technology, but we haven't advanced the way we secure this technology, and that's something I'd like to speak about. The underlying issues that commonly cause those data breaches that you saw on screen a moment ago is due to the mismanagement of public key infrastructure, and specifically the public key cryptography that builds that public key infrastructure. Now, we all know that if I say, not your keys, you will respond with, not your crypto. And that is the case for both your identity as well as your cryptocurrencies. Within Web3, we know the significance of maintaining the security of our private keys. We also know the significance of only sharing our public keys. And we have a cryptographic binding between the two. So if I sign something with my private key, and I share my public key with you, you can verify the authenticity of that digital signature and the data consistency of whatever that data payload was that I signed with my private key. When we think about identity architecture, not only do we have to manage this cryptographic key pair, but we also have to manage bindings. Bindings between the public key and private key, as I mentioned previously, but also bindings between the controller of those keys and the identifier. So the identifier is bound to the cryptographic keys, the identifier is bound to the controller, and the controller is bound to both of those entities. So the challenges increase when we move into the identity landscape. The way the internet works today, the way we ensure these bindings of public keys and identifiers and controllers is we leverage centralized authorities. They are known as certificate authorities, and what they do is they take on the root of trust. We put our trust in them to ensure that there is a secure binding between the public key, the identifier, and the controller. So I know, based on a digital certificate that will be certified and issued to state that this public key, this identifier, accurately belongs to this respective controller. But there's a problem. If we place our root of trust in the hands of someone else, like a centralized authority, we know that with every centralized system, there is one, at least, single point of failure. And those single point of failures are the reason why we have ever-growing data breaches and compromises. With a centralized authority, you lose the ability to maintain the root of trust within yourself. Within our realm of cryptocurrency and Web3, this is the difference between custodial key management and non-custodial. Now, it's fair to say that custodial management solutions within our ecosystem have enhanced considerably, but I wanted to just visualize this problem for you. So to solve these problems, we need to solve the way we approach trust. We need to establish roots of trust that we primarily control. If we don't, things like this will continue to happen. 2 days ago, perhaps 3 now, I'm not sure of the date to be honest, but this week, 2.9 billion records here in the United States containing social security information was breached. This is unacceptable. There is no excuse for this to happen when we know we have solutions to solve these problems. And what are these attacks? There are 4 primary attacks that cause these data breaches. The first one is key compromise impersonation. This is the ability to maliciously take on the identity of another entity or individual. If I am a hacker, I am trying to find the weakest administrator within an organization, and I am going to impersonate that identity. Once I have done that, I can then move on to the next step of my attack, which is the recursive privilege escalation attack. This is now the ability as an administrator to ask other members of the organization to share their secrets with me because they believe I am an administrator. Above this, at the infrastructure level, we have border gateway protocol hijacking and we have DNS hijacking. And these are the 4 primary ways that the majority of these data breaches that have existed throughout the last 15 years up until 2 days ago take place. Now, there's this concept of susceptibility and vulnerability. If we are leveraging an identity solution or we are using a system where we do not have primary control of the root of trust, we are all vulnerable. We are all potential victims. Now, some of us in this room today will be high-value individuals. We, or they, I'm not a high-value individual, those high-value individuals will be much more susceptible. They are a much better target than I. Why would I waste my time as a hacker going after someone who doesn't have a lot of money or doesn't have a lot of authority within an organization when the outcome of that, the return on my investment of my hacking time, will not be received? I will go after high-value targets. Those high-value targets will be aware of their higher susceptibility and they will spend a fortune of money trying to ensure the security of their intellectual property, their assets. But I would offer that everybody in this room has been the victim of some form of data breach. And if you're interested for yourself to understand your own vulnerabilities and your own susceptibility, I invite you to visit this website, ihavebeenpawned.com. Place your email address in the search bar and you'll be very surprised to see how yourself has been impacted. Now, this is not all doom and gloom. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. The identity landscape is growing. And my team and myself had the opportunity this year to attend the Internet Identity Workshop. Now, there are a number of these workshops held throughout the year. And earlier this year, we attended Mountain View. The event was held and hosted by Google at the Computer History Museum. And it is a fantastic conference that I cannot recommend enough for you to attend if you are interested in the future of identity and understanding your susceptibility and your vulnerability. When we look at the identity landscape, we can divide this into 2 sections, centralized and decentralized. Now, obviously, we know the value of decentralization within our ecosystem. But if you look at that left-hand side of the screen, I would wager, considering we're in Las Vegas, that every single one of you in this room today, at least once, has leveraged one of these technologies. At least once. Myself, I've leveraged 3 of those technologies today already. Now, my organization, unfortunately, has to utilize systems that they can use at scale, and this is one of the problems. We need to increase the adoption of our decentralized technology. Now, if we look at the right-hand side of the screen, we need to pay some kudos and respect and honor the time and work that has gone into the decentralized identity ecosystem and the protocols and standards that are in place. Without DIF, the Decentralized Identifier Foundation, we wouldn't be where we are today with DIDs. Without the W3C, the Worldwide Consortium, we wouldn't have a universal DID method specification. The W3C DID is a spec that anybody, provided they follow the specification, can write their own DID method. If they follow that specification, they can register that DID method with a W3C, and it can be publicly accessible and available to all. In addition to W3C, I would also like to mention Hyperledger. There was a fantastic panel yesterday with members from Itala Prism and Hyperledger, and they were discussing how this technology needs to evolve and needs to be accessible to all. This is one of our biggest challenges that we have in industry. There are other options within the decentralized ecosystem for identity. There's the ability to utilize NFTs and tokens, and they all have their own use case. But there's a challenge that is emerging. Within the W3C, we have almost 200 registered DID methods. We do not have a universal standard that we can utilize for interoperability beyond our ecosystems. Now, when we're talking about self-sovereign identity, and we're talking about use cases, there are many use cases where the W3C DID method is fantastic. If you're not worried about having interoperability beyond your walled garden, then they are fantastic solutions. But if interoperability is a concern, if you are looking at an enterprise-grade solution where you need to have every actor within your value chain utilizing a universal identity protocol, then you really need to consider the challenges that are reoccurring within the identity space. The first challenge that is most essential is understanding the significance of key management and key compromise recovery. Within the cryptocurrency ecosystem, we understand that if we lose our keys, if we do not manage our seed phrase, it is on us, and we have lost our funds. But that approach is not acceptable when it comes to your identity. It is not an appropriate solution if my keys are compromised that I rebuild my identity from scratch. I have built reputation, I have built credit scores, I have other associations with my identity that I can't just simply erase and start again. When we look at decentralized identifiers, and we look at DID methods, what we see is a number of identity solutions that are locked into a specific ecosystem. Some of them are blockchain ledgers, some of them are other Web 2 spaces. The importance here is to understand the value of not having a siloed identity solution. And again, working towards that aspect of interoperability. I should be able to have portability of my identity. If I change my employer, if I change my educational institution, if I move country, if I change my bank, if I change my mortgage provider, I should be able to take that identity with me. I should be able to migrate across. At the moment, there are significant limitations when it comes to portability and migration. As I mentioned previously, there is no universal decentralized public key infrastructure standard that we can utilize today, knowing ubiquitously that we will have interoperability across ecosystems. There's limited scalability, and one of the issues with verifiable credentials is that they are done in a verbose, human interpretable way. And this is fantastic for you and I if we want to read a credential and understand the significance of it, but this doesn't work for an enterprise. When we speak with enterprise actors, they want to understand what this is going to cost when they're pipelining this into a data center at significant volume. What we need is encoding mechanisms that ensure the efficiency of these data pipelines. There is no way an enterprise is going to spend hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars annually on data pipelining costs into a data center if they can avoid that. And encoding is the key to scalability within the verifiable credential ecosystem and decentralized identity in and of itself. And finally, there are limitations to the DIDs and the verifiable credential options that we have at the moment. And they do not suit real-world enterprise use cases where every actor in that value chain needs to be verifiable and have that authenticity. So as I say to my team members, if you're going to bring a problem to the table, bring a solution with it. And that's what we're doing at the Cardano Foundation. We're working with the ecosystem, we're working with our partners to bring contributions back to the identity landscape. Our aim is to provide access openly, publicly, to lifetime decentralized identifiers, an identifier that you can confidently take with you throughout your life, whether individual or enterprise. We are leveraging and demonstrating the value of public permissionless infrastructure. We are building open source solutions, and our Identity Mobile Wallet is a mobile solution that you can have on your mobile phone and take it with you wherever you go. All of our identity solutions are around the concept of ensuring self-sovereign controls of your identity, your data, your credentials, and the ecosystem you work within. Interoperability across ecosystems is a must for our identity solutions. We are not building a walled garden. We are knocking the wall down, and we are building bridges to merge ecosystems together. If we want to learn from the lessons from the crypto space, let's not waste the next 5 to 10 years arguing about which cryptocurrency, or in our case, which identity protocol is the best. How many years did we waste arguing which is the best currency for value storage, which is the best currency for utility, which is the blockchain to use for NFTs? We need to learn. It's been mentioned time and time again. Collaboration with competitors. And I can't recall the exact verbiage they used. But we need to have this collaboration. We cannot waste our time. If we do so, those data breaches, those attacks will continue to evolve. And finally, we're working towards providing solutions for both individuals and organizations. So what you see on screen here is one of the first products that we've developed. This is the mobile Cardano Foundation Identity Wallet. This is an open source application that is compatible with Android and iOS devices. It utilizes a protocol known as Key Event Receipt Infrastructure, or KERI. And that is a very unique protocol that also provides us with that scalability options that I mentioned before about the encoding and the efficiency with data pipelining at scale. It is an interoperable protocol that can be applied across numerous ecosystems. The application running on your mobile phone is as secure as it can be with regards to mobile applications. The seeds for your private keys are stored within the hardware security module of the device or the secure enclave, depending on the device type you are using. The protocol is also post-quantum secure. I've heard people talking about the threats of the future being AI and how AI is going to take over. No one's talking about quantum. No one is concerned with the black swan event one day when quantum security breaches the cryptography we are using today and all of our keys are obsolete. This protocol, Key Event Receipt Infrastructure, is quantum proof. And I encourage you to learn more about the powers and the risks associated with quantum computing. And finally, every single activity that takes place with your identity is signed at the edge on your device. I am not letting my keys leave my device and travel into an infrastructure. And every single time there is a request to present a credential, that must be signed at that moment in time with the current keys associated to that identifier. We aren't holding tokens and storing them and letting them live for a lifetime and expecting those to not be compromised. It's how we have the attacks that took place earlier this week. KERI, Key Event Receipt Infrastructure. This is a very cryptographically complex protocol. And because it is so intense, it's scary. People have looked at this. We've spoken with a number of actors within this ecosystem when we were doing our research last year. And many people said to us, we understand KERI, we understand the value we get from KERI, but it is so complicated, we just don't know where to start. So what we have done is we have built the world's first KERI-based, self-sovereign mobile application. The most important thing to understand about why we've chosen KERI as our primary protocol is the AID, the autonomic identifier. This puts the primary root of trust in you. No more central authorities to create that binding between your keys and your identifier. If I rotate my keys, which just is another word for saying if I change my cryptographic keys, my identifier remains the same. This is future-proofing. This is lifelong identifiers to take with you or your organization. KERI is built on the concept of a key event log. A key event log, in and of itself, is like an independent blockchain. It is a hash-chained data structure of all of the key events related to your identity. Regardless of where you store these key event logs, as long as you have a way of distributing them across an ecosystem, you can verify information regarding an identity. This is how we remove the challenges associated with ledger lock, walled gardens, and siloed systems. I can choose to distribute my key event logs wherever I wish. If it's on the Cardano blockchain, if it's on a piece of paper in a filing system, if it's on your local device or your air-gapped device sitting in a closet, or if it's in a high availability server setup. You have the freedom to choose however you wish to anchor and distribute your key event logs. You don't have this option with W3C DIDs. You don't have this option with the existing decentralized identifier methods. This is revolutionary. This is world-class. Up until this point, I've spoken about identifiers, but your identity, or your digital identity specifically, is a combination of identifiers and credentials. Now, we've heard credentials spoken about today, and we have to also pay respect to the W3C. In addition to the DID methods, they have also created a number of standards surrounding the W3C verifiable credentials, and they offer a level of utility that is suitable for a number of use cases. But there are issues with the verifiable credential when it comes to encoding, as I mentioned before, but also the ability to have complex relationships and the delegation of authority by way of verifiable credentials. Within a KERI-based ecosystem, there is one universal verifiable credential of choice, and that is the Authentic Chain Data Container, the ACDC. And this is a specification that is maintained by the Trust Over IP Foundation. In the same way with our KERI identifiers that we can have a primary root of trust and we can have a self-certifying data set, we can also gain that same value from our credentials. And we can chain these credentials together. We can create hierarchy of credentials. It is an extremely powerful technology. So when we were reviewing all of this, and there's a 500-page white paper if you're very interested in understanding KERI, but when we were reviewing all these standards, we thought, this sounds fantastic. But is this all theory? Is this being used? Is this in the real world? Can we find a production-grade enterprise setup for key event receipt infrastructure and trust over IP authentic chain data containers? And we did. The Global Legal Entity Identifier Foundation is an organization that has 2.5 million LEIs issued across the globe. Their remit was to create transparency and authenticity within the financial markets after the crash in the mid-2000s. And the way they've done this is they've established a legal entity identifier and a verifiable credential known as the VLEI. The way they utilize the credentials and the identifiers in their ecosystem is they create the roles and the associations of an organization within a verifiable credential. And they can chain that credential all the way through the delegated authority of their organization. Now, I only have 15 seconds left, and I don't have enough time to go through all my slides, so I'm about to move fairly quickly. What you see on screen is an LEI for Nestle. What this demonstrates here is all of the subsidiary entities, including the humans behind that company. Every single one has an LEI. Every single one has a key cryptographic key pair that they control. And this is how we establish not only an ISO standard, but a globally universal identifier that can be applied across ecosystems. Now, let me quickly go through our use cases. The identity wallet we've built is for individuals and for enterprises. You can have a white label solution for your use case if need be. Passwordless authentication is a growing trend. We've heard before, usernames and passwords do not work anymore. We need to leverage cryptographically secure, verifiable credentials to do so. Earlier this year at the Internet Identity Workshop, we demonstrated how you can have passwordless authentication by leveraging the Cardano Foundation Identity Wallet and a secure browser extension. What you see here on screen is the user is selecting the role and privilege in which they wish to log into a system with. When they request to log in, the browser extension will ask them to create a secure channel with the mobile wallet and the browser extension. This is known as an out-of-band invitation. Once a connection has been established between the mobile device and the web application, the browser extension will talk to the back end of the server. And that server will say, present to me the credential that you say you have. If you are a user, present that credential to me. I will present that credential, and if the back end verifies it and agrees that it's valid, I will have authentication. What you're seeing on screen there is a purely KERI-based web interaction with a web server. This is the most secure application of passwordless authentication that I am aware of. And if anybody has anything that they would like to argument with or discuss, we have a fantastic workshop open for all following this. The QR code you see on screen, I would encourage you to sign up to. This is an alpha program where you can get hands-on experience with the Identity Wallet before it's publicly released in Q1 next year. But what I want to point out here is in the profile, you can see this fella's name is Bob. But I haven't given a username. I haven't provided a password. The system is leveraging the certified attributes within the verifiable credential to determine my name. I think my mic, nope, we're still good. Moving forward as fast as I can. Hands up to everybody here who has a ticket for this event. That QR code that you have on there can be cloned. And it's no failure to the organizers of this event, but it is an understanding that within the ticketing industry, we need verifiable credentials as a way to gain authenticity and cryptographic security. We've also provided open source tooling for our developers if you wish to experiment with the credentials. We have a document signing application if you're interested in having verifiable documentation. When an organization wants to onboard a member, there is a way to do so leveraging multi-sig signatures. So even though there's no password and there's no longer a button that says, I forgot my password, you can still have self-sovereign administrative control to support your clients with rotating their keys and gaining access back to the system. And finally, and I apologize for going over time, in the next month, we are running a voting campaign for the Cardano Summit. We do this every year, and we invite the community to vote for who they feel is worthy of receiving awards within various categories. This year, if you sign up to the Alpha program, you will have an opportunity to download the application, create an identifier, connect that application to the DApp. This is the first time we have mobile identity integration with a decentralized application. Once you've established a connection with that device using the Cardano Improvement Proposal 45, you can inject your identifier into the application, and you can then vote. You can see there my identity has been injected, not my financial identity. And finally, once I have selected who it is I wish to vote for, I will now sign my ballot on the edge on my device. Once that's complete, I will receive a receipt, which will be updated based on how confirmed the transactions are on the blockchain. And finally, there is a workshop following this presentation at 12:30 that is open for all. We will be discussing use cases that have interoperability across blockchains, as well as the verifiable data that can be passed between numerous ecosystems. And finally, please, if you are interested, scan that QR code, fill in the type form, and become a member of the Alpha program and work towards future-proofing your identity. Thank you very much, and apologies for going over time.
Hello, Rare Evo 2024. My name is Skylar. I'm a part of the engineering team at ViFinance. I'm here to introduce the next speaker, Mr. Stephen Ward, CEO of ViFinance. He's a hedge fund trader turned quantitative analyst turned full-time DeFi trader and innovator, focusing on advanced tools for DeFi traders on Cardano. Today, he's very excited to bring you some information about the future of DeFi on Cardano. And so please give a warm welcome to Mr. Stephen Ward.
Thanks so much for that, Skylar. Oh, look at that. I can see myself in a video in front. Hello, me. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for taking the time to come and see us, and welcome to Rare Evo. I hope you've been having a great time while you've been here. Could we start the presentation, please? Thank you so much. So, the future of DeFi on Cardano is a really, really big topic. Really, in many ways, Cardano has found itself sort of falling a little bit behind in a lot of areas in respect to other blockchains. And that falls down to a wide range of reasons. I think we can well, let's start off with a bit of a definition of what DeFi is. That's a good place to start. DeFi stands for decentralized finance. And decentralized finance is one of the core concepts that are needed on any blockchain to really be able to access true functions for users to be able to implement the blockchains in many layers of technology. And DeFi works by allowing users to essentially provide their crypto and provide their liquidity into a system, and it makes that liquidity or that crypto that you've added into the system utile for the blockchain. So in Cardano, we have a lot of difficulties that we have to overcome in the first step, which is to get people to engage with DeFi structures, because Cardano offers a natural staking reward. So a lot of users that are particularly the older Cardano users that have been around since the early Cardano days, they're very much focused on this very low risk profile where you can just hold your Cardano and you don't lose any Cardano. You know, you're not losing money, you're just earning a base level of Cardano in the background. What this really creates a struggle for us, though, is that if we want to create systems where we can get the general public to engage and we can have a large amount of liquidity and available funds to be accessible to the blockchain to perform basic functions, we've got this hurdle that we have to overcome. So it's very difficult to get consistent lending rates on Cardano, for example. It's very difficult to even be able to engage with lending pools very often on Cardano because the liquidity isn't there in the first place to make large piles of lending utility. Similarly with DEXs. A lot of DEXs have a hard time gathering and holding onto liquidity because users are too afraid of impermanent risk, which is completely understandable given, well, the performance of crypto of late, but also given that you're fighting against that base reward that you have earning just by holding your Cardano. So what is DeFi? It is the layer that makes the blockchain accessible to projects financially and makes income for users that are providing their crypto to the blockchain. So it's dual, utility for projects and utility for users. So what are some of these things that DeFi on Cardano is missing? Well, first and foremost, I think if there are some Cardano users here, you will all know about the throughput issues that we have. We've got lower levels of volume than other blockchains, and a large part that's created because we have lower levels of liquidity. And that goes straight into the second problem that we have. We need higher levels of liquidity on chain. Now, the existing problem of having to overcome that battle of the staking and having to overcome the fact that we need to actually earn at least an income that looks convincing enough to get me away from that Cardano staking, that's not the only problem we're facing. The other problem we're facing is that exact same mentality lends itself to lower risk users. And those lower risk users often don't want to get involved with, as I said earlier, impermanent risk. Now, just for a brief go over of an impermanent risk, when you're adding your cryptocurrency into a liquidity pool, it actually works in the exact same way as a bank. So a bank, if you want to swap between, I'm Australian, so I use AUD. If I want to swap between AUD and USD, a bank has to have a large amount of both currencies. They need to have a large amount of US dollar and a large amount of Australian dollar. I want to trade my USD, I give USD to the bank. The bank takes that USD and adds it to the USD pile. He then goes to the AUD pile and he takes it from the AUD pile and passes me the AUD. I've just done an exchange. But what's happened to the actual bank's reserves of currency? Well, now they've practically got less USD in the USD pile and more AUD in the AUD pile. Actually, the other way around, because I swapped the other way around, sorry. But this is the exact same risk that we hold when we're running in liquidity pools, because we're running currency exchanges. And currency exchange risk is something that has existed for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. So the actual function of these systems are no different to what traditional finance has to deal with in terms of a risk basis. But what is different is the amount of liquidity that's available to those banks to be able to hedge that risk. Now, the more liquidity we have within a system, the less any single motion in that system affects the whole. So while we're dealing with smaller projects that have got smaller amounts of liquidity, we could have two users that come in, do a dump of, let's say, $20,000, and now that's going to move the token in a very large way against if you were to do the same move on a token in Ethereum because of the levels of liquidity they have. So what this results in is much higher fluctuations and much higher volatility within the Cardano native token market. So having higher levels of throughput isn't necessarily a solution if you don't have the higher levels of liquidity to be able to maintain that throughput. Of course, we have interoperability, and I think that's something that's really coming through a lot in the blockchain of late, is this idea that we need to stop looking at blockchains as individual islands, but rather begin looking at blockchain as a wider system, that we're able to bring together all these different sections of liquidity that we currently think of as very compartmentalized, and rather create a larger pool that we're able to bring together regardless of what blockchain you're sitting on. And then I think one of the big things that Cardano is missing is concise tooling for risk management. Now, and we'll go through in a moment on FiFi and how we're going to really be bringing in some more of this concise tooling to assist with your tokens. But when we're looking at the systems that we have to manage our portfolios, and I mean, I worked in a hedge fund, so I had a lot of advanced systems that I was using to manage my portfolio. And you compare that to what we currently have on Cardano, even if you compare it to Ethereum. Ethereum, for example, has PooCoin. PooCoin is very similar to TapTools, but it's got a lot more power in terms of the capacity to actually run risk management formulas and to actually understand the current setup of your portfolio and how that setup is expected to be evolving given certain circumstances. Currently, we don't have anything of that kind on Cardano. There's nothing to assist you with understanding impermanence risk. There's nothing to assist you in building portfolio structures that meet your risk profile. We do have projects like ScatDAO, that assist people in understanding what that risk is, but none that actually grind the numbers for you and help you to say, do I want to or don't I want to engage with this risk given my current liquidity structure or my current portfolio structure? So, how can we use Cardano to create these tools for traders and to help them create more or give them more power in managing their portfolios? Well, on FiFi, we've implemented stakeless LP farming, which is something that's incredibly powerful for the public to be able to use in managing their systems. This acts very similar to non-custodial staking on Cardano itself, but rather when you provide liquidity onto FiFi, you receive the LP token and it just sits in your wallet and you're automatically farming. It never has to leave your wallet as it's non-custodially farming. But what does that mean? It means that now we don't have to think of LP tokens as something that just get thrown away as soon as you receive them. Because currently, when you receive your liquidity pool token for providing into a decentralized exchange, you instantly put that into a farm. You instantly forget it exists until you're pulling it out of the farm and removing your liquidity. But that's a backwards way of thinking about LPs. They are a true derivative that are representative of the two underlying currencies that they contain. So, by allowing us to disconnect the act of removing those liquidity pool tokens from our wallet and allowing us to farm them while they're in our wallet, we can now use these liquidity pool tokens to start creating more complex and more unique structures for users. And this goes into the next one, simplified engagement. What we can do on Cardano, which we can't really do in many other places, is implement the EUTXO model in a way that makes it far more streamlined for users to be able to engage with the actual blockchain. And I think I missed layer 2 liquidity there, sorry. Layer 2 liquidity is where we can take our LP tokens and we can match them with other tokens to create new liquidity pools. So these new liquidity pools actually contain a different risk profile to what your original liquidity pool held. Let's give it an example. I think I can go forwards and then backwards. Let's give it an example. Here's with a FiFi LP. If I have ADA FiFi as an LP, which is 50% FiFi, 50% ADA, and then I put that together to create an L2 LP portfolio, I would take my original LP, 50% ADA, 50% FiFi, and I'd match it again with Cardano. So now my risk profile has changed from 50-50 FiFi Cardano to 25% FiFi and 75% Cardano. This is an L2 LP, which now has got a leaning towards, or the impermanent risk of that LP is more lent towards the Cardano value than it is towards the FiFi value. In other words, when the FiFi token moves, rather than your value moving at about 50% the rate of FiFi, you're moving at about 25% the rate of FiFi. And you can also run this in reverse. You can set up liquidity pools that would be 50% ADA, 50% FiFi, and then the other 50% could be FiFi again. So now you've adjusted your risk to be 75% FiFi and 25% Cardano. But we can take this and we can generalize this to an n-dimensional structure. And this is where we're going to come into, I might be going backwards and forwards here, sorry. It doesn't work. There was a video there. Sorry? Red button? Oh, to go back, yeah. No, there was a video here that I wanted to show, but that's okay. So one of the other things that we really add to make this so much easier for users is our transaction card. So this is the first of its kind in all of crypto, and it implements the UTXO model, the EUTXO model, in such a way that allows users to run all their transactions on our DEX simultaneously. And by running all their transactions on our DEX simultaneously, you save yourself so much time. So for example, on our DEX, you could simultaneously add liquidity to 10 liquidity pools, remove liquidity from 10 liquidity pools, trade 10 tokens, buy 5 lottery tickets, go into our bar, which is our distributive mechanism, and then you'll be able to run all of those functions at once in a single transaction. So what previously was 45 minutes of removing liquidity pool tokens from farms one by one, removing liquidity one by one, selling down each of those tokens one by one, can now all be grouped into one transaction, so you can just set it all up with a few clicks, press go, and it's all done. Now, let's get back to our n-dimensional liquidity pool tokens. I got a little confused there because the video didn't work. So with our n-dimensional liquidity pool tokens, what we functionally have is the capacity for users to decide what tokens and what risk structures they want to set up for themselves. So let's say you're very bullish on Liquid, very bullish on FiFi, very bullish on WMT, just as an example. You could build yourself a portfolio that contains 25% FiFi, 25% WMT, 25% Liquid, and 25% Cardano. And these are all put into liquidity pools against each other, so that as the values of those tokens change, you're essentially going to be earning more or less of one or the other liquidity pool token, rather than earning more or less of just the token. So this again is giving you more and more layers of protection on your entire portfolio. And we're building out with so we're actually launching our Plutus V3 DEX in the next 3 to 4 months. And with our Plutus V3 DEX, we're expecting to have ourselves a liquidity manager that allows users to physically click and drag what tokens they want to bring in, what percentage of each of those tokens they want to make up the portfolio, and then press the go button, and that liquidity structure will be automatically created and implemented for you. And then we'll be able to automatically deliver farms through to all the containing LPs. So not only have you been able to create a bespoke liquidity structure, but you're actually able to use it to protect yourself further while still earning the full farm as if you were less protected. And that's something that we're really excited for, because again, this is something that doesn't exist anywhere else in crypto, where we can essentially use a layer cake to protect ourselves, but not lose interest on that layer cake that we've created. Now, a core simplified engagement transaction card, I did that. The video doesn't work, so forgive me for that. Or does it? Wait a sec, this might be the video. Can you press play on that, please? If there's some way to do it. If it's online, it's not connected. Okay, cool, thank you. So this was a little video of our system in action and us doing a bunch of add and remove liquidities all at once and you seeing it all working, but the video is currently not working, so I apologize for that. Now, let's go back to the beginning and what I think is the biggest issue that we have in Cardano, and that's lack of liquidity and throughput. We need a tool that allows users to engage without needing to manually manage all the underlying systems that are built into DeFi. So an example of this on the Ethereum blockchain would be Yearn Finance. You've also got Harvest Finance. You've got a whole lot of these auto harvesters and liquidity aggregators that exist across other blockchains. And what they essentially are is very simply an indexed fund for liquidity pool tokens. So let's think about an index fund from a traditional finance perspective. An index fund is where rather than picking and choosing an individual stock and then hoping that that individual stock goes up in value, in other words, day trading and trying to figure out individually what's happening, the concept is that I just want an aggregate risk across the entire sector. So that sector may, for example, be medical stocks. That sector may be, I can't think of another sector right now, industrials. It might be finance stocks. There's so many different sectors. But rather, I just put it into the financial stock index, and it's going to buy me 30 banks. I don't have to think about any individual bank. It's just going to buy me 30 banks. And then 30 banks in general, if finance is doing well, 30 banks are going to go up in value. If finance is doing badly, the 30 banks are going to go down in value. But you don't need to manually manage it all. So much so that as someone who has worked in Australia, it's called superannuations, but that's the equivalent to 401ks. As someone who has worked in the 401k industry in Australia, my suggestion is for anyone that wants to invest in stocks to always use an index fund unless you're a really competent day trader. Because short of being really competent, you are up against Wall Street, you're probably not going to beat them. I don't mean that rudely, I just mean that realistically. But similarly in Cardano and similarly in any system, you don't have fair knowledge across all participators. And because there isn't the fair distribution of knowledge across all who participate, there's always going to be those that have an advantage over you while you're trading. This is where liquidity aggregation comes in, and this is where liquidity aggregation can motivate more users to engage with the ecosystem as a whole. Because if we remove that requirement for an in-depth knowledge to be able to actively engage and effectively engage, we should be able to make it easier for more people to bring that liquidity through to Cardano and thus create that throughput that we're really missing. So let's use an example. This is an example of a DEX aggregation. And this is a very simple one. It can be generalized to many, many more tokens than this. But in this example, we would have an auto harvester of 25% Wing Riders token, 25% MinSwap, 25% Milk, and 25% FiFi. The user, all they have to do is send Cardano into the auto harvester. And then as soon as they send Cardano into the auto harvester then purchases those tokens and adds them into liquidity on the platforms that provide the best return. The user, one, doesn't have to think about and search for the highest APR on those tokens anymore because that's being managed for them. The user, two, doesn't have to worry about the price of any of those individual tokens because as those percentages move away from where they're supposed to be, the auto harvester is going to automatically reallocate and rebalance itself to ensure that the risk profile is remaining within the original boundaries that was set for that auto harvester. So as a user, you'll choose, do I want low risk, medium risk, high risk, ultra high risk? Do I want stablecoin risk? Right? And we're going to ensure through the design of, like an index fund, through the design of our auto harvester, that we remain balanced within that risk profile. Now, this is something, and let's think about the interoperability of this for a moment, because I don't think I have any more slides, but I could talk about this for 2 hours, so I need to control myself. We're really excited about the future of interoperability in blockchain and the capacity for more and more of these blockchains to interact with each other to create a larger, more utile ecosystem for more users. Now, one of the clearest ways that we see of doing this is by providing cross-chain strategies to users on any other blockchain. So, one of the big focuses that we have on our auto harvester is to create a cross-chain auto harvester. One that allows users to engage with risk and to engage with decentralized finance strategies from Cardano to other blockchains, and also vice versa from other blockchains to Cardano. And the way that we essentially do this, well, initially I'll be the one that's designing the structures, let's be honest, to launch it in the initial circumstance. But outside of that initial circumstance, we want to create the contract so that users are able to implement their own strategies in a blockchain agnostic manner. Now, this isn't going to be the first implementation of our auto harvester, but we effectively want to allow users to be the people that are designing the asset management strategies. And then, if users like that asset management strategy, the person who creates it gets a 10% of all the income that's generated from that asset, from that strategy that they've created. And from there, we're going to essentially allow an open community, what's the word that I'm looking for? An open community interaction or an open community source to essentially all come in and build these DeFi strategies. And then you let the market pick who is the best. The better the strategy, the more people are going to invest in that strategy, the better it's going to perform. But most importantly, that strategy isn't going to be just locked to our blockchain. That strategy is going to be able to be developed and implemented for users on Cardano, but so you're able to invest in things like Circle, so you'd be able to invest in things like USDT, or you'd be able to invest in things like Uniswap. We need to stop thinking of each of these blockchains as an island and rather start thinking, how can we use these separate islands to build value for all of us? So a lot of people, particularly when I give to them this concept, the first thing they say is, well, why are you trying to take liquidity away from Cardano? But that is absolutely not the idea of what we're trying to do here. We're taking, I guess you'd say, but we're using the liquidity on Cardano to generate income in places where there are better incomes. And then that income is being delivered directly back to the Cardano blockchain. That's the whole purpose of our auto harvester. We take the income, we deliver it back to the users on the Cardano blockchain. So what we're doing is we're trying to expand the way that we think about DeFi. We're trying to expand the way that we think about liquidity and create an interoperable system that delivers consistent income from other blockchains back to us. And by doing so, we'll be able to create more and more liquidity back on the base chain. Because without liquidity, we are effectively nothing, unfortunately. Now, I believe that's the end of my presentation, but I just want to end with a few final words. It's really important for any blockchain to have a concise DeFi ecosystem that allows users and projects to effectively engage with the blockchain itself and to interact with the community in a manner that allows them to build a valuable business. Because the hardest thing we have in Cardano at the moment is the generation of income, holding liquidity within our ecosystem so that projects are able to use that to build, and having a system that's simple enough and large enough to entice new users to come in and engage. By implementing cross-chain interoperability and by building automated systems that allow users to engage without needing to manage tens or 20s, I've easily got over 50 tokens that I'm managing at any point in time. By removing that complexity and allowing users to just directly engage with a single click of a button, we're going to be able to bring up that throughput across the entire chain. And more so, if we're able to deliver income from across multiple chains back to Cardano, we can use that income to then further boost the liquidity on our chain. What we have in terms of the liquidity and throughput issues on our blockchain isn't a consequence of users not wanting to engage. It's a consequence of the system not having the tooling to onboard users effectively. And that's what we're trying to change at FiFi. And that's how we're going to bring in the next phase of DeFi on Cardano, where it's going to look a lot more similar to Polygon, a lot more similar to Ethereum, and a lot more similar to Sol, because the capacity to do so is almost here. Thank you so much, guys.
Evo.io. Buy your tickets now.
Thank you.
Gotcha. Okay. When it's about time, she'll unmute your mic. Okay.
He's been the next presenter?
I haven't seen the next presenter, but he'll come this way.
Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details.
I was like,
See you there.
I get someone to introduce me.
Yeah, no, you're really special. They're rolling out the red carpet.
Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hardfork ready. Thank you for your support.
Where's your mic? And when it's about time, she'll let me book.
Do I need to turn this on or anything, or?
No, she'll let me.
All right.
Yeah, this is, I think, the only conference I've been to where the speakers list really hasn't moved around that much. Oh. Yeah, I'm basically heading to the airport straight out. Yeah. Sounds like you're going straight from the after party.
The Rare Evo closeout party is tonight at Omnia Nightclub here at Caesar's Palace.
Hyping it up, so I feel like
This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm up here to introduce our next speaker. But first, I'd like to say thank you to everyone for being here today. I'd like to thank the Rare Evo crew for putting this together. They've been working hard for all year since the close of their last convention. So let's give them a hand of applause for everything they've been doing. So up now, we have Ben Hart, the CTO of M Labs. He is going to be speaking on PISA fees, solutions to Cardano fees, and MinAda for native tokens. And so without further ado, let's turn it over to Ben. Thanks.
Hey, everybody. Cool. Glad to be here. Today I'm actually going to be introducing a new service. Oh, and we got the PowerPoint up. Great. Hey. So this is a new service we plan to be launching in early 2025. I'm Ben Hart. I'm the CTO at M Labs. I've spent 10 plus years in fintech and blockchain, and I've been working in the Cardano space now over the past 4 years. We have developed a number of projects on Cardano specifically, as well as Polkadot, Mina, Radix, a number of other ecosystems out there. And particularly, I want to talk about something that we've seen as an issue from the very beginning, and even IOG had identified this issue, where it's very hard to use the Cardano blockchain if you don't already have ADA in your wallet. And for most of you, you're long ADA, it's no problem. But I want to talk about onboarding new users onto the Cardano blockchain. I want to talk about people who are participating in GameFi or stablecoin holders, and ways that we can add some real utility to almost every token on the chain. So certainly we've got a lot of protocols that want to have a cash-like experience. Games where maybe you don't want people to even necessarily know that they're using the blockchain in the early stages. And this can be a pretty painful problem for a few different reasons. One is exchanging a token for ADA on Cardano can take several blocks. It can take a while. You don't want people to have to leave your app and go get ADA. You certainly don't want them to have to go KYC at a centralized exchange if you are their onboarding point for Cardano. There's things like UTXO contention, so that can make these things difficult. And there's this concept on Cardano called min ADA and transaction collateral, and these two make it much more than just about network fees. So min ADA is this requirement on Cardano that you need to have a certain amount of ADA in each UTXO on the blockchain. So if you need to send some funds or send an NFT to someone, you need to send them a little bit of ADA with it. Now this is a defense for the blockchain so that someone can't just spam the chain with UTXOs and make it very slow to produce blocks. But it's unpredictable, and if you're one of these early onboarding users where you may not have a whole lot of extra ADA, you may quickly find yourself trying to trade an NFT with a friend and not having enough ADA around to do it. Transaction collateral is more to do with how our smart contract model works. So within our transaction collateral, we essentially have this fallback to pay our SPOs, pay our validators, as a way to reimburse them for failed scripts, failed smart contract transactions. So anytime that you're doing anything with smart contracts, you need 5 ADA in your wallet in a UTXO all by itself. So if you don't have that, you can't work with smart contracts. And it's really hard for a decentralized service to provide that. However, we have found a way where we can very quickly provide that out as well. So these types of failures where the transaction collateral might be needed, they're 100% preventable. You can tell before you submit your transaction whether or not it's going to succeed for the reasons that would penalize you against this collateral. So there is a ledger level solution that's in development. It's called Babel fees, but it could be years away because it requires a hard fork upgrade event. And it only really solves the fee issue. Additionally, I think it's not an optimal outcome for the SPOs, as they're going to be expected to accept additional risk on volatile native tokens. So PISA fees is a smart contract level solution for paying out fees, min ADA, and also for getting transaction collateral. It's much faster to implement. We're not going to need a hard fork. There's limited tokens. It's limited just to tokens that do have a DEX listing. So it's essentially we're front loading an instant way for you to get that ADA or to be spotted that ADA. And in the case of transaction collateral, just to sort of borrow that ADA in a secure way. The SPO rewards, the SPO still gets ADA, so they're not accepting additional risk. And it's sort of built as a reverse DEX, okay? So if we built this as a general purpose DEX, we would have ways to avoid the UTXO contention issue. So this lets tons of users leverage the fees without this UTXO contention problem that we've seen before. So it's built for scale immediately within the way that Cardano wants to work. So if you're a dApp developer or a wallet developer and you're looking to pull in PISA fees, what's that going to look like? Off-chain, it's going to be one function that you pull in that will include our scripts and it will balance your transaction with ADA from our reserves. So it should be really easy to integrate. It'll be a simple, stable API, and it'll work with all of the frameworks that are currently common in Cardano development. So this is going to be your Blaze or Lucids. It's going to also include things like PyCardano. And we really want this to be an easy onboarding story for any dApp or wallet provider that's going to pull this in. Like I mentioned, we also are going to have compatibility with CTL and Mesh.js. Pizza-Fee scripts are also small enough that they compose with other protocols. So if you want to use those fees to pay DEX fees or to pay into any other dApp on Cardano, as long as that dApp allows for that composability, you'll be able to include Pizza fees in that transaction pretty smoothly, either manually off-chain or if that dApp developer has integrated it. And for the end users, you don't ever have to think about ADA. There should be an option in your wallet to easily pay your fees with any stablecoin or listed token that's supported. Like I said, tokens need to have price discovery, but beyond that, they're going to be able to transact on the chain. And anyone in a custodial in-app wallet might not need to consider which blockchain is being used or if one is present at all. I really want these ideas that a user could get stablecoins immediately, and where stablecoins are suddenly viable to pay fees and to really work at a first-class level on Cardano. So, timeline to launch. We are going to be launching early 2025. We've already got funding for a prototype, which we're developing now. The design is complete at this point. So it's really about, can we get it to a proof of concept? Can we get our MVP to testnet? That's going to be around the end of this year. And then right around Q2 or Q3 of 2025, we plan to get out to mainnet and have our early adopters engaged. Thanks for watching. That's our announcement. Have a great time, everybody.
For years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Rare Evo 2025 tickets are on sale now. Save big. General admission passes are discounted to $250, and VIP passes are only $800. Join us August 7th through 9th, 2025 at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Hurry, only 30 days left to save. Visit rareevo.io and buy your tickets now. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. The Rare Evo closeout party is tonight at Omnia Nightclub here at Caesar's Palace. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Evo 2025 tickets are on sale now. Save big. General admission passes are discounted to $250, and VIP passes are only $800. Join us August 7th through 9th, 2025 at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Hurry, only 30 days left to save. Visit rareevo.io and buy your tickets now. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. The Rare Evo closeout party is tonight at Omnia Nightclub here at Caesars Palace. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Rare Evo 2025 tickets are on sale now. Save big. General admission passes are discounted to $250, and VIP passes are only $800. Join us August 7th through 9th, 2025 at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Hurry, only 30 days left to save. Visit rareevo.io and buy your tickets now. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. The Rare Evo closeout party is tonight at Omnia Nightclub here at Caesar's Palace. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3.
Alrighty.
I'm introducing you.
Hey, man.
Hey,
Oh,
good to
awesome.
see you.
Yeah, good to see you again, Cole.
How are you doing? You right?
Good, man. Yeah. Let's do it.
Even though there may not be, let's say, a lot of people
Recording,
here,
baby.
you're recording and it's going to be online. So that's your basically 99% of the audience. Cool. Obviously, friends about shirts and everything that we have.
Yeah, keeping it. Right on.
It's really good they have these things because at Summit, they didn't.
You can't see your own slides.
Ready? Hello, I'm Cole from Unbox the Universe and Sustainable ADA. And next we have another Project Catalyst visionary, Mike McNulty, the product manager at Project Catalyst, diving into the future of Project Catalyst. Of course.
Thank you, thank you. Hello, everybody, and thanks so much for being here. Can't tell you how excited I am. This is my first Rare Evo, my first IRL real community event with the Cardano community, and I couldn't be more excited. So I'm Mike McNulty, product manager with the Catalyst team over at Input Output, and I'll be speaking to you guys on behalf of our team at Project Catalyst, this remarkable team of builders and thought leaders I've been working with over the past 3 years. It's pretty surreal to be standing up on the stage. Just 3.5 years ago, I found myself joining the Project Catalyst community as a community member. And fast forward, here I am today as a product manager with Input Output, lucky enough to speak with you guys about the future of Catalyst. We're going to be talking about the future of Catalyst and our ambition to drive positive change in the world through co-creation with communities to hack the system. Over the next 20 minutes, you'll hear more about what we do at Project Catalyst and why we do it. You'll learn how Project Catalyst harnesses the power of co-creation to grow the ADA economy, distributing over $100 million in ADA grants and rewards over the past 3 years to drive ecosystem innovation. And you'll walk away with some actionable strategies about how you can bring this co-creative superpower into your own communities in digital and physical neighborhoods near you. So this is us, the Project Catalyst team. We're a team of developers, designers, and dreamers. And we believe that connecting under-resourced talent with funding sources and meaningful problems unlocks human potential. So we saw that when people set out to try to accomplish truly innovative ideas, some are set up for success, while others are not. Regardless of whether somebody has the ideas, the talent, the grit to realize and pursue innovative ideas, they don't always have the resources to be able to do so. Take, for example, the next Steve Jobs could potentially be sitting somewhere that's not San Francisco, where he doesn't have that access. He could be sitting somewhere just 6 months of runway away from his iPhone that he and all of us may never see for lack of opportunity. When you got bills, responsibilities, kids, it can be hard to take a bet on yourself, especially if you don't have those resources. So I want to ask you guys a question. If you could play an active role in deciding how resources are spent towards causes you care about, would you play that role? Well, that's exactly what Project Catalyst has done for the Cardano ecosystem. We started from the idea that every ADA holder should have a voice in how treasury funds are spent from the Cardano treasury. We accepted proposals from builders all around the world to try to solve problems faced by the Cardano community, and then let the Cardano community decide on which one of those should receive funding to actually execute those ideas. We're empowering builders across 6 continents. And here is a quote from one of our funded proposers. ScatDAO would not exist without Project Catalyst. Funding is important, but it's more than that. It's also a signal from the community. And I think Eric mentioned something that's really important here. It's not just about funding, but it's actually getting to have your ideas validated, having feedback from the community, and having people rally around these shared problems and empowering the right people with the right ideas to try to actually go and solve those problems. And it's not just a global footprint and these feel-good stories. We're actually helping to grow an ADA economy through the power of Project Catalyst. So here's how our process works in a nutshell. The community submits ideas, the community votes on ideas, and the community actually executes those ideas, and community support powers the whole process. All we do at Project Catalyst is provide the tools, the interfaces, the processes to make it secure, transparent, and safe to interact. We just serve as a catalyst, if you will. So the Catalyst engine runs on ideas, and the Cardano community is full of them. We've seen over 7,000 proposals from over 2,000 builders with big ideas to advance the mission of Cardano. And no wonder we see all these people coming out of the woodworks with these big ideas when every tri-annual fund we put on has up to 50 million ADA available in grants and rewards. Community members review and vote on every single proposal so that all the funded initiatives are actually going towards causes that the Cardano community cares about. It's pretty incredible what happens when you give your community a voice. We've seen over 2.77 million votes cast by ADA holders, representing over 2.25 billion active voting stake, or nearly 7% of all circulating supply, actually deciding which ideas, which builders should receive funding from the Treasury to help to grow the Cardano ecosystem. To date, we've distributed over 223 million ADA worth of ADA grants and rewards. Almost 2,000 community dreams funded by the Cardano Treasury. That's projects to build infrastructure so that everybody is building on the same platform. It's projects to build developer tools and on-chain use cases so that developers have access to on-chain primitives. It's projects to actually build consumer-facing applications so that end users can access the utility of the blockchain. And it's also funding projects to grow adoption and awareness so that more people can find ways to interact and find value using Cardano. We might be wondering, is all of this actually creating impact? You're just handing out millions of dollars to strangers you met on the internet? How does that work? Are they actually creating value? Well, don't ask me, you should ask the Cardano community, because every single project that gets completed gets reviewed and approved by community members themselves before any funding actually gets distributed. And to date, we've seen almost 1,000 completed projects, all signed off and approved by the Cardano community themselves, and over 8 million ADA in compensation distributed to supportive processes fulfilled by community members. This is the power of co-creation. When you bring together fellow travelers, you mobilize talent, you rally around an epic goal to try to drive ecosystem innovation, you come up with something that looks like a Cardano ecosystem built for the Cardano community, built by the Cardano community. So I'm gonna peel back the curtain here a little bit and let you guys in on a little bit of the secret sauce. Here's the Catalyst Playbook that we've used in Cardano. So hopefully you guys can leverage this as some inspiration for what you can bring to your own communities. So our strategy resembles those used by pretty traditional names that you might recognize. Multi-billion-dollar giants like Shopify, Notion, TikTok. These platforms that offer a way to attract creators, give them a way to monetize their creations, extract value from that through publishing, advertiser revenues, but we kind of take this idea and turn it on its head. So we start with this idea of co-creation, but rather than extracting value, we look to use this process to create ecosystem value that flows back into all of the stakeholders of that ecosystem. So let's talk about how do you actually unlock co-creation? The fundamental requirement to actually unlock this coordination superpower is coordination. So think coordination, think like a coordinate plane. In order to get to the place where you're actually working together with the distributed community, you have to have some kind of set of common values, common beliefs, a common worldview. Otherwise, things will start to fall apart pretty quickly, and we'll take a look at that as we go. The next layer we stack on here is cooperation. Co-operating, or actually trying to achieve common goals together. Consider what happens if you try to take on goals without having alignment. You might have all kinds of priorities, but they might lack purpose and meaning without alignment to that coordination layer down at the bottom there. And then next, we stack on collaboration, collaboration, or actually working together. And again, see how these stack up. Consider what happens if you try to collaborate without having alignment around these meaningful shared goals. You might have a lot of activity, you might be doing a lot of stuff, but it's not actually creating much value if it doesn't stack up in this way. And then finally, you unlock this community superpower of co-creation. So again, consider one of those examples that I gave. Notion. Notion brings together people that care about productivity, and they achieve that coordination. They offer a platform that allows people to build tools for productivity, forming that cooperative bond. Then they offer tools to make it really easy to build templates. You actually have people all over the world collaborating and building things together. And then finally, they empower those users with shared incentives, revenue shares that they actually want to go and create on this platform. So let's take a look about how we've applied this in the context of Cardano. So we bring together Cardano fans that are eager to grow the Cardano ecosystem. We help the community find the right builders that are targeting the right problems and then empower them with funding. Using that funding, they go and execute upon pre-approved milestones that have been agreed upon with the community. By executing these milestones, they accomplish priorities that are held in common across the Cardano ecosystem, ultimately creating ecosystem value that flows back into the ecosystem, into the treasury. I think what's most exciting about this process is when you reflect on its circular nature. You have funds from the treasury flowing into the community. That community using that treasury fund to create value. That value creating new transactions that then flow back into the treasury, and you can create this whole system all over again. We've been running Catalyst for 12 funds at this point. And it's pretty exciting to think about what the future could look like if we can continue this iterative cycle. So imagine the Cardano ecosystem after another 12, 50, 100 iterations of this cycle, where you have the community deciding how to distribute treasury funds. Empowered fans of Cardano actually building new utility on the network. Users of Cardano unlocking new ways to interact from the efforts of those builders. And then finally, those new interactions generating new transactions that generate funds that flow back into the treasury. So again, I'll ask you to consider, what could the Cardano ecosystem look like after 100 iterations of this circular cycle? While we're at it, what could your ecosystem look like after 100 iterations of the cycle? What if your community could decide how to distribute funds from your treasury? What if your empowered fans could build new utility in your ecosystem? Your users unlocking new ways to interact and new transactions contributing to your treasury. So if you could unleash the collective genius of your community to solve meaningful problems, what could you catalyze? We think that our partnership with the Cardano community is just the tip of the iceberg. As we look ahead to 2025 and beyond, we're excited to continue serving the Cardano community and realizing this impact that we've seen over the past 3 years. But we're also excited to look beyond and think about how can we bring this co-creative power to other crypto, NFT, DAO projects, using the same infrastructure, using these same processes and tools to unlock co-creation in entirely new contexts. Perhaps even looking at partnerships with traditional fund managers that might be looking to bring more participation, transparency, and accountability into their existing processes. We want to see community co-creation catch fire across the Cardano ecosystem and beyond, which is why we put together the Community Co-Creation Starter Kit. So if you want to get started taking co-creation into your community, here's a few simple steps for you to get started. So step one, you want to rally your community around an epic goal, a compelling vision for the future that gets people excited and want to contribute in your ecosystem. Next, you want to achieve cooperation by giving your community a voice in decisions that matter. You can get started with collaboration simply by offering a way for your community to share ideas with you. Then finally, co-creation. You want to empower your community with information, tools, and funding so that they can actually take independent action to help to realize your epic goal. But why walk when you can fly? So what we built at Project Catalyst is a suite of crypto-native tools that support this whole co-creative process. So first, we have Cardano wallet integration that allows us to verify membership in your community. So when somebody connects their wallet, we can see that they actually hold the tokens that identify them as a member of your community. With that information, we're able to assign access and influence based on that on-chain information. So we can see who has decided to register as a member in your ecosystem. We can see how much influence they should have in the system. And again, we're doing this based on people that we know and have verified are actually part of your community because they're active token holding members. We also offer a platform that allows you to collect ideas, feedback, and insights from your community to unleash their collective intelligence. We offer systems that allow you to discover problems or discover solutions to wicked problems, and then actually empowering builders to realize those solutions with funding. And then finally, creating impact with funding and feedback. We have a whole process related to proof of achievement and community-led accountability. I referenced it earlier, but the way that Project Catalyst funding works is all milestone-driven. So funds don't actually get released until the community has said, you guys have actually delivered on that promise. Here's funding. Thank you for all that great work. So this is what we have today, and we're excited to be able to offer this to Cardano, but we're also making some improvements that allow us to actually plug in any Cardano native asset token directly into this system and actually unlock this exact process that's followed by Cardano in any crypto, NFT, DAO community native to Cardano. And that's really exciting, but we're not going to stop there. As we look ahead, we want to turn on turbo mode for Project Catalyst. So what does that look like? We want to allow you to be able to grow your community across chains. So not only having integrations with the Cardano network, but also looking at integrations with other networks so that Cardano communities that are leveraging the system can actually start to tap into the network and ecosystems beyond their own. And communities in these new ecosystems can start to tap into these processes and tools. We're also bringing new roles and voting schemes into the process. So today, the only role that gets registered on chain is voters. So we have an auditable, accountable track record for who's actually participating as a voter, and we want to bring that to new roles and have on-chain registrations for proposers, for reviewers, for representatives to be able to support the system, and also exploring things like new voting schemes that go beyond the simple yes-no polling we have in place today to look at things like ranked choice ordering, quadratic voting, and other kind of transformations on voting power that unlock new ways to make decisions. We're also thinking about ways to be able to distribute important data across the community. So today, we have central servers that house all the off-chain information, and it's open, transparent, accessible via API to members of the community. We want to take this a step further to actually distribute all that important voting and decision information across the community, across the machines of the community members. So there's no need to trust a central authority, but everybody can actually participate in that data management and storage. And finally, we're looking at ways to improve treasury management and accountability, looking at ways to integrate things like stablecoin payments and embedding due diligence and compliance directly into the process so that anybody can tap into this, whatever kind of environment they might be trying to operate in. So by this point, I hope I've convinced you that there's value in co-creation. And if you're excited to start bringing this into your community and unlocking this superpower, we want to get in touch. If you want to unleash your community's creative potential, attract talent from Web3's largest innovation network, grow your ecosystem on tried and tested infrastructure, and to instantly access the latest innovations from our team at IO Catalyst, we invite you to scan this QR code and get in touch with us. So if you or ready to bring Web3 powered co-creation and you want to be a partner with Catalyst, I'll pause here for a second so you can break out your phones and scan that QR code. While I'm pausing here for just a moment for people looking at the QR codes, I want to point out that we have some t-shirts scattered across the chairs here. Those are not reserved seats. Those are for you guys to come along, grab these shirts. Chris in the back, he's got some beanies. We've got some cool swag for you. So hopefully by this point, you've had your chance to go ahead, scan that QR code. We're really excited to get in touch with you. So with that, thanks for your time and attention. That's all I've got. I'll invite you guys to stay in touch with Project Catalyst. Here are a few ways to do so. So that first QR code is going to take you to our website where you can download your version of the Catalyst Horizons report. We saw some of the outputs from that today, but it looks at a deeper analysis of exactly what has Catalyst accomplished inside of Cardano. And for the careful reader, there's sure to be some juicy alpha in there, so go check it out. If you're on socials, want to be involved in the conversation, you can follow us at Catalyst on X. And finally, that second QR code is going to take you to subscribe to our weekly newsletter, get your weekly dose of announcements, project spotlights, and ways to participate in the active funding rounds. So yeah, thanks so much for your time and attention. I invite anybody, if you want to come and hear more, jam on what co-creation could look like in your community, come grab me after the talk. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much. Thank you, sir.
The Rare Evo closeout party is tonight at Omnia Nightclub here at Caesar's Palace. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support.
In a few minutes.
And AR will unmute you prior to.
Okay. Am I just hand the mic off to him?
Yeah, no, he'll have his own mic. You just bring it back.
So I'll walk off stage and hand it
Rare Evo
Excellent. Cool,
2025 tickets are on
It's going
sale
pretty good?
now. Save big. General admission passes
Is this
are
kind of your general
discounted
gig? Is
to
just tech conferences, or
$250.
are you part of a group?
And VIP passes are only $800. Join us August 7th through 9th, 2025 at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Hurry, only 30 days left to save. Visit rareevo.io and buy your tickets now. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support.
Probably best for everybody. Got tickets for the bag.
Oh, okay. So did you get all 50?
I did. I have either I'm fully available or I am -1. Depends on.
The Rare Evo closeout party is tonight at Omnia Nightclub here at Caesars Palace. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there.
I see people kind of lingering. I'll make you stand on that side so it's not spitting on you.
Oh,
No.
oh, oh. Don't spit on me.
Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3.
What's up, Willet?
Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social.
This is Mickey right here with the jersey.
You're gonna unmute me. Yeah, she will right before. He doesn't need it.
Oh, he doesn't? Okay, yeah, he's got it there.
It's me. Charlie. Charlie.
Ready?
Smash it.
All right.
You can make it go on for like 2 minutes if you like. The intro.
I can do that. Sounds good.
What do you want me to talk about?
I'm going to draw it out probably 2-3 minutes, if that's all right.
I think we should talk about the.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Evo Stage. I have I'm very excited to have the privilege to introduce a good friend of mine, a personal hero of mine, someone who's inspired me to help others connect the unconnected, to be a bigger part of what's happening, what's the movement that's coming within Web3, within the real world. If you guys know anything about World Mobile, you know that this is more than just a telecoms company, it's more than just an internet company, it's a movement. And if you've met any of the people involved in World Mobile, you know that they are some of the most dedicated, talented, committed people you've ever met in your life. And I've had the honor of getting to know these people very, very well. I call them true friends. And one of my close friends, one of my inspirations, my hero, one of my role models, is going to come up here on stage here in a second and talk to everybody and hopefully inspire us to do more, to be more, and to get more involved. If everyone would please help me in welcoming Mr. Mickey Watkins up to the stage.
One, two, testing. Thank you very much, Rob. So usually I'm used to having a chair, but I like this, so I'll pace and interweave between these pillars. First of all, big thank you to Rob. Big thank you to the World Mobile Alliance who are representing us today. Usually we take our own stall, but actually World Mobile has grown so much and got so much support from the community that we have an alliance. And that alliance is here today. And all of you that I've met, every year, there's more and more. How did it start? I think everybody knows, but I'll remind you just in case you don't. It started in a smart village. It started in a place in Tanzania's Zanzibar. We went out there 2019. World Mobile had been an idea that we were baking for quite some time. But we needed to prove, not that people needed connectivity, but we needed to prove that we could change the course of people's future by giving them connectivity so that they could take opportunity into their own hands. So we set up, we called a friend. That friend is Andrew Soper, who's a co-founder of World Mobile. And we said to him, okay, we want to set up internet, but we don't know how to deal with the power. Do you know a place that we can go? He said, yeah, Zanzibar. I live there. I provide connectivity to, I provide power to there. And actually, I'm looking for a connectivity solution. So we sent our team. We found the most rural village that was in reach. This is a shoreline with houses built on mud, on stilts. They had a shop that was selling SIM cards, but they had to walk 3-4 miles. In actual fact, Charles Barnett was the first person to explore that area and to go there and meet those people. And he called me and he said, look, this is the perfect place. So what did we do? We put up 2 towers, Wi-Fi powered towers, solar at the top, a street light because actually they didn't have any street lights. And it got dark every day at 7 o'clock. Underneath that was a microwave transmission, and underneath that was Second Life batteries. We set up one either side of the village. We expected to see after 1 month what would happen. We had an idea of what would happen, but we weren't sure of what would happen. COVID came around. We got blocked. And it was our choice. Do we keep this up for 7 months, 8 months, 9 months? We don't know how long COVID was going to last. We didn't know if this lockdown was going to be forever. In the end, it was 9 months. But what was beautiful, during that 9 months, I was able to play video games with my friends in Zanzibar. I was speaking to people who didn't speak English before, who had gone to Duolingo and learned English. When we could finally get back there and actually meet these people in person, I was amazed. We arrived, a village that was around 100, 150 people, had grown to around 300 people. One shop had grown to 2. One bar had grown to 3. The women had become empowered and started to sell more foods, more things, and were able to stay up late at night. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but for us it was a good thing. The fishermen were the #1 source of transforming this village. And how did they transform it? WhatsApp. Yep, that's right, WhatsApp. When they came to this, caught their fish, they were not able to tell a trader previously what kind of fish they had. So in almost real time now, they were able to speak to the trader and say to the trader, hey, here's a picture of my fish. And all of a sudden it was worth the trader coming out because he was buying cheaper and then selling to the local markets. So they had smoked fish on a daily basis. Smoked fish is worth $1, fresh fish is worth $10. This was the moment for us that we said, okay, we can make a change, but we don't want to do this in just villages. We want to do this on a nationwide level across the whole of Zanzibar. And if we can do it in Zanzibar, we can do it elsewhere. So the next year, we decided that we'd build a big team. A team of about 60 or 70 people in Zanzibar, trained local engineers, sent out our team, got the trucks, got the stickers, got everything, made a presence for World Mobile. But this wasn't the solution. It was part of the solution. Over that year, we deployed in a place called Stonetown. And we went to schools. We went to government buildings. We went to private hotels. We went to many, many, many different places and found hosts. Hosts are people that have rooftops. Hosts are the people who are secure the network, the physical infrastructure. And we started the first part of our model, which was, okay, we'll put a radio up on your roof and we'll pay you to keep that radio on your roof. We'll pay you a part of the revenue that is running through that network. So that was the first step. The second step was finding local business entrepreneurs and saying, hey, if you buy this Wi-Fi unit for $200, and you plug it into the World Mobile network, we'll connect you with a host. And all of a sudden, you can be generating revenue. And the third step was shutting down our team in Zanzibar. Why did we shut our team in Zanzibar? Because we believe that a sharing economy has to be run by the people. Zanzibar is now running around 35,000 customers and growing. We've given a lot of opportunity to the people that live in Zanzibar, but we needed to grow further. So everything that we learned in Zanzibar, we then took to a partner. That partner was an ISP in Pakistan, with quite a lot of fiber in the ground. And they said, we'll give it a go. And I was there shitting myself because I was like, okay, I'm not in control anymore. But in order for World Mobile to grow, I cannot be in control. I have to empower the people to run the people's network. Thankfully, which is why I'm here on the stage today, Pakistan worked out. We now have hundreds of thousands of customers in Pakistan. What was our next step? Here, United States of America, Nevada, big up Reno, Bridget and Christian and everybody else as well. We took the same model that we did in Zanzibar. We took all the learnings that we took from Pakistan. We wrote a new rule book, and we decided upon a city called Reno. Very poorly connected, an amazing vibe, great people, and we started to deploy our sharing economy there. Today, we have around 1,000 nodes in Reno. We recently did the first drop for batch 2 of our air node sales, and we sold out in 11 minutes. And I can firmly say that the sharing economy is working. Why is this important? This is important because there are around 3.5 billion people on this planet that are unconnected. That's almost half the world. It's not acceptable that people don't have internet. It's not acceptable people don't have internet to take opportunity into their own hands. It's not acceptable that half the world can't speak to the other half of the world. And it's not acceptable that 850 mobile network operators that control the entirety of the world's communications have not found a way to connect the unconnected and serve the underserved. I believe that every human on this planet has the right to connectivity. It should be a human right. It should be mandated. But the problem is, although some mobile network operators are evil, big wireless, using legacy business models and legacy infrastructure, have slowly been grinding to a halt. They cannot connect us profitably. That is the major issue. They're using licenses that they pay the big companies. They're using particular brands of hardware. They're using all types of things. And because they've got so used to earning that money, taking that money from us and putting it into their pocket, and their shareholders have got used to this, and the investment funds, the pension funds have got so used to this, actually they're the cause of the damage. They're the reason that everybody isn't connected. So our sharing economy doesn't use legacy infrastructure, doesn't use legacy business models. We as World Mobile don't take the majority of the money and put it into our pocket and make ourselves richer, because actually we know that having a big piece of a small pie is not very good. But having a small piece of an absolutely huge pie is massive. Big Wireless has a problem. Big Wireless abuses us. Big Wireless takes our privacy. Big Wireless knows where you've been, where you go. Big Wireless knows who your friends are. Big Wireless knows more about us than we know about ourselves. Now, I challenge everybody in this room. Call up your mobile network operator and ask them for your last 10 years' history. Who in this room thinks that they'll get it? You won't get it. I can assure you, because that's their data. You're paying them. You are paying them to give them data. You are paying them to sell it to the highest bidder. In the quest to be connected, we've given up our privacy. We've given up our human rights. And you know what? It's worth it, right? Because if we don't have internet, we're screwed. My kid just now, one of them shot another one with a water pistol in the eye. If I didn't have internet, my wife couldn't call me and tell me. If I didn't have internet, I can't do business. We don't have an option. but we pay. World Mobile stands for something very, very, very different. It stands to empower us to build a network run by the people for the people. It stands to give us back our privacy, something that is long lost. And we may not appreciate what that means today, but I assure you, over the next couple of years, with the advent of AI, it's so very important that we take control of our own data. It's so very important that we stop outpricing people. 15% increase this year on mobile service plans. What, to fit 5G? But still, 30% of the United States of America is unconnected. 10% of the population is unconnected. Sorry, 30% of the landmass is unconnected. 10% of the population is unconnected. This is the most advanced country on the planet. If this country has this many problems, what about every other country? So I propose this. We don't fight big wireless, we help big wireless, because now they need the help. We show a new model, like we have around the rest of the world. When we started, the idea of sharing spectrum with a mobile network operator was impossible. Last year, we spoke to 3 or 4 mobile network operators who were willing to share their spectrum. When we started, no one believed that you could float a balloon in the sky and connect people over crazy areas. We proved it. The GSMA loved it. When we started, people asked, why do you need blockchain? Today, with over 10,000 nodes in our ecosystem, reporting back to the Earth node operators, you can see why you need blockchain. If you own an air node and you want to get paid and you invest your hard-earned money into owning infrastructure, you need to know you're getting paid the right amount. You need to know that no one's gaming the system. If you, as a user, want to recall your data, World Mobile will be the first mobile network operator in the world that will allow you to recall that data. We're here for change. We're here to make things happen. But without all of you and a wider community, it's impossible. And there's one thing that I say, and there's one thing you all have to remember. Unless we do this together, we're not going to connect half the world. Unless we do this together, we're not going to take privacy back into our own hands. Unless we do this together, we're always going to be subservient to the mobile network operators to provide us connection. And I don't accept it, and you shouldn't. And actually, we don't have to anymore. So I want you to think when you leave today, if you could start a new journey and you could be in a position where you control your own future, where you have your own dignity, your own privacy, would you start that journey? And the answer, I think, from 95% of people is yes. 3 years ago, we talked about the future of World Mobile. Today, we're in the future. Today, we have hundreds of thousands of customers. In 6 months' time, we'll have millions of customers. In 2 years' time, we'll have tens of millions of customers. The reality is here, and everybody has a part to play. Whether it's joining our community and talking about why this is important, whether it's educating your next door neighbor, your mum, your dad, your sister, your friends on why this is important, whether it's owning an air node and profiting from owning that air node, whether it's being a marketer in our ecosystem and selling SIM cards, you have a chance to be part of the change. And I truly believe that World Mobile is the new standard of mobile network operators. Right now, we are the kings of deep-in. I don't know if that's going to be forever. I think we've got 5 or 6 years ahead of anybody else. But the future is a sharing economy. The future is us. The future is not giving away all of our money, our data, our privacy to somebody else. The future is control. The future is control in our hands. So I thank you very much for turning up today. I appreciate you all, and together we're unstoppable. Thank you.
The Rare Evo closeout party is tonight at Omnia Nightclub here at Caesar's Palace. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Rare Evo 2025 tickets are on sale now. Save big. General admission passes are discounted to $250, and VIP passes are only $800. Join us August 7th through 9th, 2025 at Caesar's Palace, Las Vegas. Hurry, only 30 days left to save. Visit rareevo.io and buy your tickets now. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. The Rare Evo closeout party is tonight at Omnia Nightclub here at Caesar's Palace. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of
Okay.
Rare.
The other one is, yeah, in the denim jacket right there. Yeah, I don't know which guy. Which guy? Oh, sorry. Are there standing up? Oh, he has to come over this way. Okay. Let me grab him. Yeah, if you want to, and then you'll stay muted. She'll unmute on the board prior to going up on stage. Okay. So she's got control of mute? Yeah, yeah. Cool. You're on, and then let me just double check. Yeah, you're good. Sweet.
Rare Socials.
Thank you.
Happening
If you want, you
worldwide
can just
at a
give this one
blockchain
to
event
me.
near you.
All right, and then I'll wait for the third
Paris
guy.
to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social.
If you, two of them have. Ready?
Yeah, the guy just said, give that to you.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, whenever you call that. When you're ready. Take control mute. How's it going?
Oh,
sweet. Yeah.
Who are the other people? Do you know them?
That's Alex. He's the CEO and founder of Maya.
Okay, I just need to make sure I say them right.
Yeah.
So, how do I say this?
So, Alex.
Alex.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit Alux, but it's an old Mayan god, but everyone calls him Alex.
Okay.
So Alex, just call me Thad.
Thad.
Thad. THAD.
Okay. And Houston Payne.
I don't know him, but that's pretty simple.
Yeah. Cross-chain experience sound right?
Panel title, the cross-chain experience. Yeah.
Cool. Hi. Alex.
Yes.
I'm Alonzo, or Epoch. I'm
Yes.
introducing you on stage.
Okay.
So, just want to make sure I said your name right. But how'd I do it?
But I think they missed that
Can you? I'm sorry, this is annoying.
Yeah.
For Thad, I'm our CEO. I put business development. You can just say Thad CEO.
On sale now. Save big.
Did you want to add someone?
Passes are discounted to $250. VIP passes are only $800. Join us August 7th through 9th, 2025.
Yeah, I've got a pin over here.
Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Hurry, only 30
Hello, sir.
days left to save.
fourth chair. Where's that's the carpenter. Hold on.
They'll be back.
You need the info from that other guy?
Yeah.
So,
Oh, there he is.
He's the founder of Mocha? Yeah, I got it ready. We are live. Yeah. Yeah. And they made the mistake of putting me on stage with my competition. Yeah. I'm gonna do some like kayfabe, like your platform couldn't. I'll catch the glamour shot. That was like on Twitter, like this event, like I'm gonna freaking tag team arm wrestle you guys at this event. Bro, it has like right now. On El Dorado right now. You can go find a random. They are here. You can put that. You can give them money to
Profile what?
Thank you, bro. That wasn't the case for a long time.
Yeah. It's crazy.
All right. You have a mic.
I have a mic.
You have a mic. You have a mic.
We're missing Houston.
No.
Where's Houston?
Like any address you put in is a token.
Or they're just gonna
Trade on our platform.
They'll turn it on. I'm not sure.
As in, we have some that are listed and populated with the icon and like the ticker and stuff. But
Bring it up
on
to
that,
talk.
you can just put in a custom address that exists, and we'll swap through with the DEX tag.
As long as there's a route supported for that.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna introduce it right now.
Sweet.
Yeah. Somebody should go find Houston if someone can. You know, H. Yeah.
Who are we looking for?
H.
The shapeshift guy?
Yeah.
So he had said when I talked to him earlier that they were going to send someone else.
Yeah.
Your timer is running.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Game time, baby.
Just wait. We can wait. Just to wait.
Will you stand up?
Yeah.
The fourth guy's not
What's
here.
him up there?
I might hop in.
Hello, Rare Evo.
I want to see a show of hands of who is still awake and has energy left.
Let's go!
All right, that's like 50%. But it is Saturday, but we have Omnia tonight, so, dig deep. I'm here to introduce our next panel, but just to introduce myself, my name is Epoch. I run Cardano infrastructure and infrastructure on NEL1 that makes sense. Excited to be here with you all today. I think you have a great panel talking about the cross-chain experience. We're going to bring on stage Thad, CEO of El Dorado, Alex, co-founder and protocol lead at Maya Protocol, and Zay, CEO and co-founder at Mocha, and Houston Payne, market and business development workstream leader at Shapeshift DAO. He may come in a little bit late, but I think he's probably grabbing a water. So thank you, everyone. Give them your ears and have a great show.
Thanks. There you go. Hello, guys. Thank you for coming. So we'll be talking about the cross-chain experience today. Yesterday, we gave a talk about decentralized finance, and we're talking a lot about Thorchain and Maya, and how today, at present, you can do cross-chain swaps seamlessly between different chains, wildly different chains. So this is not EVM to EVM. We're talking Bitcoin to Ethereum to Dash to Kujira, basically any chain that has a capability of sending money, having full nodes, and writing arbitrary data. So actually Cardano, I know that many Cardano people are here, will be coming to Maya as well later this year. And the focus of the topic today is, this is all there and it's all great and it's working, but how do we make it have more appeal? How do we make it be easy, be more convenient, so that we actually bring the masses to cross-chain? And that's why we have these two guys. They are two front ends that have both Thorchain and Maya supported in their wallets. And I'm very happy to have you guys today. So why don't you start, Thad, with El Dorado? How did you guys start that, and where are you?
All right. Well, thanks everybody for coming. And I'm Thad. I'm CEO of El Dorado, and we are a cross-chain DEX. We have a number of ways of framing what we do. The bottom line is that we have a lot of the front-end features of a centralized exchange, but with decentralized backends. And our vision for El Dorado is we are going to compete feature for feature with the centralized exchanges, as well as with each other in a friendly way, but ultimately getting people onto decentralized rails is our mission. And we don't think that we can make that pitch just out of ideological purity. So it's not just like owning your own keys is more pure and safer, which it is, but it also needs to be as good of an experience. So the experience that we have built at El Dorado is meant to be fluid, it is meant to be fun, it's meant to create a happy feeling, a dopamine rush in your head, it's cozy, it's luxurious, and the goal is that portfolio management should feel good. And so at a certain point too, we love our partners at Maya, at Thorchain, at Chainflip as well, they're number one of our backends. But we want to kind of abstract away what's going on the back end and just deliver a really seamless front-end experience. It shouldn't matter whether our smart routing brings you through Thorchain or Chainflip or Maya. Our goal is that you can get any asset and you can track your portfolio and you can really live your financial life on-chain in a decentralized manner without having to trust a huge centralized corporation or sacrifice on the user experience. So that's really been our vision so far. It's been working great. We did a huge platform update this week. And at this point, you can get from pure L1 Bitcoin gaining yield in a liquidity pool on Maya or Thorchain into literally a SOL token that launched yesterday and just got to Radium. You can get all of those assets on our platform, enter an address for an Ethereum token, a Solana token. We offer the full suite. So increasingly, we're building a financial home, and our hope is that people that come for one thing, like that Solana meme token, will stay for the broader cross-chain experience and keeping their financial future in a fun and luxurious way, but also in a way that's safe and self-custodied.
Yeah, and I think a sin we make a lot, us builders, is, and I was talking about this with Reza here, we're so excited about what we've built that we want to show people the kitchen. Like, some people just want to go, sit down, eat, and be gone. And we're like, no, hold on, come see how it works. And the thing is, most users don't care about how it works. They care about how it feels. They care about how easy it is. And that's something that I've also liked a lot about what Sehu is building. They're trying to do it very simple, where Dorado here wants to do a portfolio and be a very good place for traders. I think what these guys are trying to solve is how do we use cross-chain to simplify just the transaction experience of day-to-day operations. So why don't you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, for sure. Well, we're new in town here. We just released our beta wallet, but we're trying to keep it simple. We want to appeal for the masses, to the mainstream, and we think that if you start talking about crypto to your mom or maybe your dad, they will think that it's complicated. They will think that it's a scam sometimes. So we want to try to remove that from the equation. They already know how to use those centralized apps, or they know how to use Sale, Cash App, everything like that. So we're trying to take all the good stuff about crypto and make it look like the things that they already know. So it's simple. Our wallet doesn't have liquidity pools. It doesn't have NFTs. It doesn't have peer-to-peer exchange. It's just like send, receive, and swap. And it's cross-change. We're using Torchain and we're using Maya. So all the tokens that they support, we're going to support because we want them to be able to change tokens as they go. We wanted to keep it simple. It's clean. It's a clean interface. And we want to give them the opportunity to see something that they already know and start using it. Even if you don't have a wallet, even if your wallet is logged in Mocha, you can check out the whole app, the web page. We're cross-platform. We also think that's something that has been missing all over the place, because you have really great wallets that are only for Apple, or you have a really good desktop one, or web and mobile. But we are going all the way. We're trying to go Linux, Windows, Mac, everything Apple, everything Android. We're having Chrome extension, a web app. Like, we want it to be everywhere. So the experience can be the same everywhere. And that's what the mainstream are used to. Like, if I open my PayPal in my phone, I can do the same thing that I can do in the web page. It looks almost the same. So that's what we're trying to bring to the table. How can they just get used to it and remove from the equation the hard part of, I need to open this wallet for these tokens and I need to open this one for something else. And just, if I'm on my phone, I can use one, and I'm on my laptop, I have to open another one, and they don't work together. So we're trying to make it work seamlessly across. That's basically what we're working.
Just to add something, to reinforce that and back to what Alex was saying, I like the saying that good technology is invisible technology. It's technology you never interface with. So when you go to buy a car, you are not buying a manual or an explanation of an internal combustion system. You are buying the experience and ultimately the end product that functions. And so we might be building different kinds of cars, but ultimately we're not focusing on the combustion engine. That's actually Maya's job. But our job is to package it into a cohesive experience that can be used by people and that can become a part of your financial life. And I'd highly recommend stop by the Mocha booth. They have demos for their product. It's great. We have ours as well, also great in different ways. We've got some different features, and the goal is for great front ends like ours to be delivering these back end kind of the deliverables, the assets and the features in a well-packaged, full driving a car around experience. So if you want to see two approaches to it, check out both of our interfaces. We're taking different directions at the same problem, and yeah, it's cool to see the innovation. It's cool to have Mocha on the scene. They're much welcome.
Yeah, the more the merrier. Like, we solve different things, so we're not fighting each other. Like, if you want to exchange and hold your crypto and everything, these guys are good. But if you just want to pay, you can check out Mocha. Yeah.
So, and this goes pretty well with a thought that I've had lately that makes me very hopeful about decentralized finance, which is the central exchange product peaked last cycle. Like 3-4 years ago, it was the best it could be. They are not getting really any better. Whereas in DeFi, cross-chain DeFi, all of this, it's been improving very fast, and there's just so much still to go. And there's so many teams working on it. Because in central exchanges, every new exchange is just competition. They're just participating for the same pie. Whereas the DeFi is such a growing pie right now, and there's so much ground to cover that the more teams, actually, the better. And we're composing on each other, operating on top of each other, learning from each other, and we're improving so fast. And that's the great thing. Right now, central exchange is as best as it can be, and it can only get much worse from here, and we'll talk about that in a second. But DeFi is going the other way. This is the worst it will ever be moving forward. So that's what's exciting to me. Now, the reason why we're doing this and why this is so important is because, DeFi is something you don't think about and you don't need until suddenly you do. And we've seen this happen once, so many times from Mt. Gox to FTX. People were chilling using those platforms, thinking, it's been working. I've never had a problem before. But you don't have custody over those funds. And that's what we have to change. If we're really looking to replace the banking system, we cannot go back to banking 3.0 now with Coinbase, Binance, and the like. So we really need to work on this very important problem, but in a way that we don't have to tell people, come here because it's decentralized. People are not long-term thinkers. Typical users are just trying to go by the easy way. They don't understand a lot of it. So what we really have to have is people like these guys looking to make it better. So it has to be better, and the fact that it's decentralized is just the cherry on top. And that's what we have to work, and why we need more of you to get involved in this. Use what we're using, building, give us feedback, and get involved. Because if we build crypto to just use it on Coinbase, why are we here? So anyway, what else can you tell us, Thad, about your experience with users? Like, what do you think they're really looking for when using Eldorado?
So it's really interesting. This came to me in some of our conversations here at Rare Evo. But often when someone comes to our booth and they ask what we do, and we give the spiel, like full kind of cross-chain sex experience, but we are decentralized, their question is usually, why haven't I heard of this? Or why hasn't this existed? Or why isn't Uniswap doing this? And the answer is the technology has just now gotten there. It's been in about the last 2 years, really spearheaded by people like Thorchain, Maya, and Chainflip. And so now that the technology is here, the way I think about this, I think a good tech sort of analogy is to encrypted messaging. So there's been a huge adoption of encrypted messaging over the past few years, whether it's Signal or Telegram or WhatsApp, and people debate how encrypted or safe those are. The bottom line is that people adopted them, and they adopted them because those platforms and encrypted services generally reached a user experience point where they could compete one-to-one against iMessage. And it was not until then that you could convince someone to use something that was more complicated or more difficult. But people kind of unconsciously adopted it because it's like, okay, well, this is another messenger, but it's also encrypted and safer. But it's also a comparable UI, UX, ease of use. And so the sell is easy. It's like, would you like your normal messenger or would you like the encrypted one? Well, if it's all the same and functional UI-wise, I would like the encrypted one. That's better, that's safer. And so I think that DEX technology with platforms like ours is just reaching that point where we can say one-to-one, like, you will have a better, lower friction, more sovereign experience to your Coinbase or your KuCoin or your Kraken that's kicking you off because you won't KYC or that is blocked in your geographic region. So we're just reaching that tipping point where this technology that is safer and better on the back end has comparable or better front-end features. And so we're building that direction. The thing that I realized talking to people yesterday was they were asking, why hasn't this been popular yet? Or why haven't we seen mass adoption if this is possible? What is the thing? And I think the thing was slippage. Slippage was the biggest hurdle. If you could exchange on our cross-chain DEX and you were going to lose more money, you would use your SEX because that's just too much money to give up in exchange for your sovereignty. For some people, that's a harsh way to put it. But the advent of streaming swaps from Thorchain and then from Maya, which if you don't know, that means streaming as in breaking up a swap along a period of time. So you sacrifice a little bit of time, but those kind of micro transactions are lower slippage and you end up with like SEX comparable or SEX competitive with Thorchain now, like better than SEX slippage on big swaps.
Better than SEX, yes.
Yes, better than SEX. So go look at, they post stats on this, but some of the multi-million-dollar Thorchain swaps are getting negligible slippage. And so I really think the biggest hurdle with a lot of these, like so many decentralized platforms, was like liquidity and slippage. And we're talking in the last few months, we have gotten over that hurdle. So go check our platforms, go check, we look for the best route between our backends and plug in a $250,000 swap or a $2 million swap and see what the slippage is. Again, we have to compete one-to-one and genuinely with a straight face be able to say, like, this is better than your Binance or Coinbase swap. And we believe that we are at that point where we can actually do it.
Yeah. Now, something that I've noticed is we've focused a lot as an industry on two problems out of a bigger problem space, which is peer-to-peer transactions and trading. But there's all other use cases that I feel are very important that we're a bit leaving unattended. One of which is employer to employees, for instance, having batch payments when you're paying a lot of suppliers, a lot of employees, a big number of people, but also, and more importantly to me, buyer to vendor. And that's something that I know Mocha has been working on as well. So I'd like to give Say a chance of to say how they're using cross-chain to try and recreate the point of sale experience of TradeFi. So go ahead.
Yeah, so you already explained it, but yeah. Everywhere you see debit card, point of sales, and they all look the same. So we got that, and we try to make an app that look exactly like that. So if you see the app of the point of sale that we created, it's in our booth. You can see the demo. It just looks like the credit card or debit card point of sale that you'll get on a restaurant. So once you see it, you can add a tip. You click continue, and then you get a QR code to pay. So it's that simple. And that's the simple part, just the front end for the user, it's simple. But we're building so many tools for the business, and they're gonna be all free for them. So that's also an advantage, because if you go to a restaurant, a point somewhere, or a library, whatever, and you wanna get them into crypto, they will say, but how much will this cost me? That's why they will always ask, because the credit card charges me 3% just for charging with credit card or debit, whatever. And if we go like that and say, it's free. If you don't use it, you don't pay. Like, even if you use it, you don't pay. The client is the one that's gonna pay. And it's even less than a credit card or debit card. You can even have some offers, promotion, whatever, just if you pay with crypto, because they are saving money when you use crypto through us. And talking about the batch payments, then they ask us, yeah, but what can I do with crypto? Well, you can do an off-ramp and get it. It's not what we recommend, but you can do it. But you can start paying your payroll through crypto. What can you do? Just register all your employees, and every month you can set how much each one is gonna get paid. And as simple as just hitting pay, it will just ask you for confirmation, like, are you sure you wanna send all these transactions? And you can just select if you wanna confirm each one, that it's tedious, or just check them and send all of them. It's easy for the business owner.
We need that. We do payroll manually. We did it yesterday.
It's horrible. It's horrible.
We need to use that.
We do it every 15 days too. Now, the thing is, when I go to Europe and I have a credit card, I have pesos in my account, I'm Mexican. I go and I pay with pesos, but they receive euros, and I didn't even care about that. And that's, I think, where cross-chain fits into this conversation as well. I think the reason why the vendor use case hasn't really picked up in the past is because it's very unlikely that there's compatibility between what the buyer wants to pay with and what the vendor wants to receive.
Yeah, we have that already figured out. It's so easy. Please just go to a booth and see the demo. But if you just scan it with the Mocha app, and even if they are accepting, I don't know, Arbitrum, and you don't have Arbitrum, but you have Cacao, for example, it will be just a pop-up, hey, you don't have enough Arbitrum, but we can do the swap for you. And you just click accept, and that's it. You already pay the restaurant, or you just pay the business owner. That's simple.
And so that's a great example of like a cross-chain functional B2B application. On our side of things with Eldorado, we have a plugin we're working on right now for peer-to-peer on and off-ramping. So we have a plugin, centralized on and off-ramp you could use, or if you want to go pure and peer-to-peer and no KYC, we have a peer-to-peer marketplace, and that would be a place where you can say, I have 5K in stables, I'm looking for 5K in cash. And it's sort of an escrow process in order to help you on and off-ramp with other community members who are in the Eldorado Country Club. And the goal there is to be able to cut banks out of the equation or cut large centralized ramps out of the equation when it comes to getting on and off chain. So we're really focusing in on that peer-to-peer aspect. And as we roll out our country club, our goal is to have a large community of peers who are assisting each other in their financial lives in a voluntary way that is non-custodial and directly peer-to-peer.
Now, if you want to learn more, we're of course over there by the main stage, the Mocha booth, the Maya booth, the Dorado booth, and the Shapeshift and Thorchain booth. You can go to thorchain.org and mayaprotocol.com if you just want to learn more about the underlying protocol. And there's a lot to learn. Also, Maya_protocol on Twitter. Where can they follow more about El Dorado?
So you can find us at just eldorado.market is our website. You can find us at eldorado_market on x.com. And I put some business cards on the back table. They're gold. They're very tactile and nice. We are launching our token in the next couple weeks. It is going to be a fair launch at an undisclosed location at an undisclosed time. So rather than that being a bug of a launch where it's secretive, this is a feature. So if you're interested in getting involved in finding out where we're going to launch our token, it's basically for friends and for people who are interfacing with the community, coming to events like this, talking to us. That's going to be a token that functions as our membership model. So we are going to have a membership-based model for our DEX. As far as we know, there is no DEX that does this. There is a hypothetically unlimited amount of fees your wallet could pay to a DEX over time in fees and things like that. So we will have a membership where we are whitelisting member addresses that have our token in them, and they will be doing feeless on and off ramping, feeless peer-to-peer, and feeless swaps. And at a certain point, that might involve a burn mechanism for membership. So we will make our token deflationary. And so lots of fun stuff there. Check out eldorado.market. Message any of us. We're very reachable and accessible. And if there are features on our platform that you hate, get in touch. We'd love to hear about it. We'd love to be roasted. And yeah, thanks everybody for coming out. It's been a total pleasure. Always fun to meet other people in the cross-chain space.
Well, you can go to home.mocha.app, M-O-C-A, that's Mocha, and you will find everything there. We're open source. You can see our code or GitLab. You can join our Discord from there. X is mocha_app. Easy to remember. You can test the app, and it's a pleasure to be here and start this journey with you, because everyone here is part of Mocha. Everyone is part of the community, and we think we can grow together and make it mainstream and make it easier. The more the merrier. The more people uses Mocha, the more people uses El Dorado, the more people uses cross-chain. This will grow for everyone. It's going to be cheaper. It's going to be better. So yeah, I don't know why this is not better and bigger, but let's do it. Let's make it grow.
Vamos. Let's make it happen, guys. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of centralized, right?
No, our centralized on-ramp is. Our
On-ramp,
decentralized one is, it's a plugin from a company called ACDC.
Rare Social, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Evo 2025 tickets are on sale now. Save big. General admission passes are discounted to $250, and VIP passes are only $800. Join us August 7th through 9th, 2025 at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Hurry, only 30 days left to save. Visit rareevo.io and buy your tickets now. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in
unmute
free.
you right before. Great.
Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool.
Everyone's going to give us an intro.
For over 3 years,
All right.
Rare has
We'll do
been
the thing.
committed to
Yeah.
providing
Like a fireside chat?
high-quality services. And we're now chatting hard for ready.
Cool.
Thank
Sweet.
you for
You
your
like the
support.
RFK interview?
That's good.
Yeah. I put a lot of thought into that. He called me afterwards. He said, how'd I do? I said, great.
That's good. Well done.
I just love leaving meetings like, excuse me.
Yeah.
No, he is.
Both you guys are?
Yeah, we're on stage together.
Thank you. She'll unmute you right before.
Okay.
Can we go on now?
You got an intro or you just intro?
He's introing.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you kind of got an Ed Norton vibe.
I've heard that before.
Yeah.
Thanks. It's funny when people say, "Hey, you kind of look like," it's always either Ed Norton or John Cusack are the two that I get all the time.
I can kind of see a Cusack,
But nobody believes both. Everybody's mind aligns with one or the other. So Ed Norton one's the one.
I mean, you got to look at Dustin Hoffman had a love child with Ed Norton.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's some Dustin.
I heard that one too.
Couple announcements.
All right.
We do about 10 minutes or so.
Okay.
At some point, get them in and out.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Great.
I'll get right to it.
Appreciate
All right.
you, sir.
Thank you.
Ready?
Okay, I'll be with you one sec.
Hey. All right.
What's going on, guys? Happy Saturday. It is Saturday, isn't it? All right, glad we're all here. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Joshua Stone and Charles Hoskinson talking about the future of digital media.
All right. All good?
Have fun.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
All right. First, thank you so much for joining me. I know you're busy.
We're making some waves, man.
We are making some waves. I'm glad you wore the shirt.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
I worked all day on that.
This is worth it. So I have this whole presentation, but Charles was kind enough to come and hang out because we've got some big news to announce. So we're actually going to skip all the way to the next to the last slide. Could we do that? And then I'm going to go back through because Charles has to go do some other important things and get after it. Yeah, keep going all the way through all this stuff. Yeah,
I don't fucking care
I'll come
about
back to all this. Yeah, keep going. Yeah, everybody's getting a preview. Just keep on going. Yeah.
Oh, Web3.
Yeah.
Whoa.
There's some cool stuff here, but
Yeah.
I'll go
It's like
back.
you worked hard on
I brought
these.
some visual aids. I worked really hard. I put a lot of hours in.
Did you actually draw
show up
those
sometime,
lines with
all
like
that
an
stuff.
iPen or something?
No,
or-
I drew that in Keynote.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of fun watching it fast forward.
Yeah. Woo.
Yep.
Did you like practice in the mirror?
Somebody could time
In the
lapse this.
shower?
Nah, I don't. Nah.
Oh,
Okay.
there's
Yeah,
me.
here we go.
Okay.
Keep going through a couple bullets
Okay.
here. Let's get all the bullets up. Yeah, I think there's maybe 4 more. Okay. So.
All right.
Here we are. Fast forward. So if you don't know me or our project, I'm the CEO of Stuff.io.
Book.io, we put digital media on chain. So we started with ebooks and audiobooks. Oh, nice. There we go.
Ah, yeah.
Thank
here
you.
you go,
The
man.
clicker. All right. I think
All
there's only
right.
2 more. There we go. There we go. And so what we've done, and I'll go back through all the slides, but what we've done with Charles is we got to sit down with him. We filmed probably close to 2 hours, and had an incredible interview. And Charles literally walks through, I mean, everything from childhood on through.
Yeah, we talked about my time making replica Rolexes or counterfeits, to my college days and my Hawaii days and everything in between. It was an eye-opening interview. I said, "Wow, this guy's weird."
Well, I was really happy that we caught you Thursday before all of this, because it's a lot of talking the last couple days. So.
Oh no, I could come back and do it maybe every quarter or something like that.
Okay, that sounds good. That's fair. So with this particular asset, what we're doing is the first time ever, we're doing a fungible media token. So the way that this works, and I'll get into the guts of that later, but it's the entire 90-minute interview. It's only available on Cardano. It's 1 cent to buy the interview. It's a 48-hour window. And so what we're demonstrating is how we can take blockchain and decentralized storage and smart contracts, and we bundle all this together in a way that we can put media on chain. And so exactly how, I think in the same ethos of a store of value on chain, we can store media on chain. It can't be taken away, can't be edited, and I think some of those kind of principles fall in line with some libertarian views you might hold.
Oh, 100%. You know, and my whole viewpoint in life is we have to make life easier for the producer of content. Whether you produce music, you produce video, pictures, books, it doesn't matter. You're the guy putting the value, and the person reading it and consuming it is the person who wants it. So why the hell do we have middlemen that come in and suck out 80% of that transaction? And so when I look at stuff and I look at book, when I look at what you guys are trying to do, I look at a restoration and a healing of a very broken, very damaged industry, which is ultimately very predatory and unfair. And so this is just an example of an expansion of that, and the fact that I'm able to sit down, do an interview, answer some questions that have never been asked before that are absolutely amazing, extraordinary. You should buy the interview. And for you guys to be able to come in and listen to that and see it is pretty cool, because if I make money, then everybody else is like, well, I should do that, including Snoop Dogg and including all these other guys that will come in at some point, now or later. And then what that does is it creates an ecosystem and a platform, and ultimately that ecosystem platform is buying for the creators and the consumers, as opposed to the middlemen.
You're exactly right. I think in terms of the middlemen, and I'll kind of go back through this later, but we live in this licensing model world now where we don't own any of our digital assets. We don't own any of our books. We don't own any of the films, even if we buy them. We're just buying a license to look at those. And that media is subject to change because it's licensed. So books get changed, film rights change, and purchases that you made go away. This happens on music platforms as well because licensing changes. So we've gotten kind of down this path 20 years into digital licensing where it turns out none of us own any of it. So really the only thing we really own right now is crypto, but I think we can use those same tools to also allow us to own other digital things, other digital assets, and it, just like Charles said, it gives, like Charles as a creator, right? And I'm a fan, and obviously you've got tons of fans. This allows you even a way to monetize different things you want to do, right? You're working on a book with us as well.
Yep.
There's just a ton of even periphery content, like cool things that you could share with us.
Oh yeah, like for example, if you buy this, 20% of all the proceeds will go to feeding my bison on my ranch.
Here we go. There we go. I should add that as a bullet.
Yeah. But yeah, again, it's the model, and we have to prove the model. We got to get it done, and it was a heck of a lot of fun to sit down with you guys and get these things going. And if this is as easy as it is, it's going to be exciting to see where that goes, because there's so many amazing people out there in the world that would do this if given an opportunity, and it would be fun to have exclusive content for stuff. I'd buy exclusive content all the time. Would you guys buy exclusive content? Yeah. It's kind of like you're a fan, only a fan or something like that. I don't know.
You don't have an OnlyFans, right?
Not now, but
okay,
I have stuff and created that business model. I would. Yeah.
Definitely.
Anyway, I got to get going to another thing.
I appreciate you coming by.
It was such a pleasure, man.
Thank you so much.
Best
Thank
of
you
luck.
so much. Awesome, man. All right, now half the audience can leave, and I'm going to go back through my presentation. Let me back up here. Click. Doop, doop, doop. Wish there was an advance all button. There we go. Going all the way back. Click. Almost to the beginning. I'll just stop here. Okay. So, I was going to start to talk about just sort of the history, and I was picking on music in general, just to make a parallel to what we're actually doing, and kind of going through this cycle of inventions that have happened, and every time there's a new invention, everybody would maybe say, oh, everybody's using this one, they'll never shift to that one. And I'm just curious, how many people own vinyl records? That's a decent amount of people. So why do we all own a technology that's 75 years old, right? Like for a variety of reasons, probably it's like maybe the fidelity, like it's higher quality. Maybe it's just like the physicality of like owning that thing. Or a lot, in large part, right? Like the reason I buy vinyl is because I like an artist and I like the idea of being a fan and like contributing directly to them, right? And so anyway, I brought a couple of visual examples because I thought it'd be fun to share. That I traveled all the way here with. This is my very first 8-track. Anybody know what an 8-track is? I know you don't because you're only 20. So this is my Led Zeppelin 4 8-track. I love that, and it means a lot to me, and I keep it for that reason, right? I'm a fan. So then we had compact cassettes come out, then we had CDs come out, we have MP3s change, music goes digital, then we get DVDs and should be SACDs. And then we get to file sharing, and finally we get to licensed music, right? And the shift is in red because what Charles and I were talking about too is just like everything is licensed now, so we don't own any of this stuff. So all of these other formats, we actually owned our stuff. We could do what we wanted with it. We could trade it. We could give it to whoever. And so when we look at that parallel between all these industries with music, books, and film, we live in this centralized world, and all of these main controlling central players basically power and operate that entire ecosystem, and we get no say in it. So in that situation, both us as the consumers and the creators both lose, right? Like we've seen the stories of like Charles mentioned Snoop getting paid, he got paid $40,000 for 1 billion streams of all of Death Row Records catalog, which is a crazy low amount of money. It's not helpful for creators on that side. It's not helpful for us as consumers because we don't actually own this stuff. And so I won't go through all this because I was happy that Charles hung out for a while. But basically, right, at the end of this, like we don't own anything. That means it's subject to getting taken away, getting changed. And so when we look at a decentralized model where all of that is not controlled in a central authority, we can have a system that works and allows us to own all of our own media. So if you care about if you care about Bitcoin, if you care about Cardano, if you agree with the ethos of I own this, I have autonomy over it, then the same exact thing should apply for our digital media. All of us have our phones. Everything that we have in our phone basically is the construct at this point. It's all of our photos, it's all of our music, it's all of the films we watch, all the different systems we subscribe to, like all of that digital stuff that we don't actually own or have any autonomy over it, and we should put all that on chain. So the way that we kind of look at it at stuff is not necessarily an either or, right? A lot of times we'll get questions and people will say like, well, you're not going to overturn, Kindle, or people aren't going to stop using Spotify to use you, and we think of it very much as like a both and scenario, right? There's a place and there's different audience categories, right? There's mass consumerism, right, on this side that is all of the streaming stuff, but then we have our audience. We've got people that are just super fans. Collectors, and these are all kind of the market sizes in the crypto audience. And so over here is streaming, and then this is the audience that has care about ownership. It's the reason why we own vinyl records. It's the reason why we have crypto. There's intrinsically, like, we agree that we should own these things. And so when you look at this on sort of a slide between property and a commodity, what happens is we have the consumer side where there's an unlimited supply and we go outside of the law of supply and demand. And since there's infinite supply, it means that basically the price is pushed to zero, which is what's happened and why we see what's happened across all these medias, all these different media types. On the property side, it's something we could actually own. So it hasn't worked, specifically in Web3 for a variety of reasons, right? Even in, we started in books, and there were some other book prototypes where authors were uploading their entire book to decentralized storage and then, selling a token, but like you could just go and see the file on IPFS, and they basically gave their book away forever. That's happened on music as well. And then there's been stuff where it's like tried to fractionalize music, and like we saw with Rihanna, getting in trouble for that. And plus, fractionalizing music isn't something that mass consumers are really going to get into, right? Like, my mom's not ever going to buy, 1/10,000th of a streaming royalty. And we know that royalty side doesn't produce revenue anyway, so splitting up those royalties doesn't really help the artist at the end of the day. When we talk about the future, like I think as we decentralize this stuff, we should demand everything that we interact with digitally. Like I think the internet in the future, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, everything is operating in a decentralized fashion. And we can start that now with the digital media that we already purchase and onboard mass consumers into this. So the way that we solve for this is we take Web3 technology like blockchain and decentralized storage and smart contracts and all that stuff, and we combine it with digital rights management. And so the digital rights management piece is very important because from a publisher or label or studio perspective, they can't just put their stuff out for free on the internet and then try to sell a token, because there's effectively the right click save problem still exists in that they can't just give it away, right? Marvel Studios can't put their new movie out publicly and then try to sell a token to it. Everybody will just go watch the movie. It has to have digital rights management around it. So what we created is a different type of file and solution called decentralized encrypted assets, which is what we use to put all of this media on chain and then make it possible to then resell it. So this is exactly what we're doing with Charles's video. We're creating a decentralized encrypted asset of it, and it's fungible, so all of them are the same. So if you think about even like, a production run of CDs and how all of those CDs would be identical or DVDs would be identical, they're all interchangeable, they're all identical. This allows us to sell any type of media, anything digitally, but very importantly, it allows us a direct connection to the fans, which is a big missing component right now, right? If I'm selling stuff and I'm an author, and I'm selling stuff through Kindle or I'm selling it through Audible, I have no way to connect with my audience. I don't know who's purchased my material. I can't market to them. I have no way to talk to them. Same thing with Spotify, same thing with streaming video. And that's like a huge missing piece. And we hear this time and time again when we're talking to publishers and to music labels now. And so what we've come up with is effectively, right, is a new way, right, going back to that list of all the different ways that media changed and went from 8 tracks to cassette tapes to CDs, right? Like we figured out a new way to do this, to put music on chain and to bring back autonomy and agency to the stuff that we buy, so that we can then have the ability to resell it or give it away. So we look at different asset types. We can put any type of asset type. We then look at a distribution method and say, okay, is this going to be really super collectible? Should there only be 10 of them, or should there be 10 billion of them? And we can determine if it should be fungible or non-fungible. We figure out the quantity, which could be, very, very fractional, very tiny amount of those, or a lot of those, and then how we distribute them. And then what blockchain, right? So we actually deploy to 5 different blockchains. And there's reasons for that, right? There's pros and cons for different blockchains. We started on Cardano. We love Cardano. Most of our stuff is on Cardano because we like that it's the most decentralized thing, right? It fits most of the categories that we're wanting to do. But for instance, would be if we wanted to give away like 1 million books, we might do that through an Algorand, because transactionally for us, it's a whole lot cheaper to distribute those books through that blockchain. Whereas if we said, okay, we're gonna mint maybe 10 exclusive Harry Potter movies that have an hour of deleted scenes. Maybe we only want to do 10 of them. Maybe we do that on Ethereum because there's more liquidity. It is a more collectible market. It's going to trade at like Sotheby's. There's a purpose for different chains. It's not just, and it's very much what Charles has talked about a lot of an internet of blockchains, and even what he's talked about at this conference of interoperability. So benefits of ownership, obviously it can't be changed, can't take it away. It makes it tradable, it's collectible, and it creates community. We can unlock really cool experiences, so these things can kind of combine, and I'll show a slide about that. Connect to the artist, can be accessed anywhere. It can be resold in the future, right? So this is sort of how a entirely new way for marketing and merchandising to happen, because we can now look at saying, okay, we sell an artist's or creator's original first asset, that's their genesis asset, and now how does that combine with the other things that we do? So we've seen this with the assets that we've launched. We launched the first asset we launched was the Gutenberg Bible, the 1457 edition of the Gutenberg Bible. It's like 10 times bigger than any normal book. Had a video in it, had audio, had music, had like 70 different high-res images in it. You could only see the contents of it if you owned it, right? And so now what we do is we use that as, if you hold that, you get a discount when you buy the next thing. And then if you have a combination of things, then you can maybe automatically receive other things. So the same methodology that we've developed can apply to any artist, like even like Charles said with Snoop Dogg, right? Snoop could sell an album, then he could have it, if you hold that, you could have a discount on another one. He could airdrop a music video. There's all kind. It's like an infinite amount of new merchandising that is currently impossible and does not exist on any centralized platform. And now it is possible. So this was going to be my big alpha slide review, but now everybody already heard all that. But other news we have. Clay Nation yesterday announced we're dropping Frog Stuff with us, which is their first animated film, and so super excited about that. If you haven't yet, you can go to stuff.io/frogstuff to get it. We also, in the spirit of multi-chain, we launched our token bridge, and so if you go to bridge.stuff.io, you can, if you have stuff tokens, you can bridge those to Base and also to Polygon. And then we have more episodes coming, just like what we did with Charles. We have some really awesome interviews that we're going to be releasing, and really using those as a way to intro even Charles, right, into what we're doing, right? An easy way, just like he said, it was very easy. We sat down, we do a cool interview. We're making an episode out of that, and now it's going to allow us to go back and, we've already talked to him about some other cool stuff we could do along with that, right? And since it is a fungible token, a Charles token, it gives us the ability to then trade that for future assets, right? So you could say, if you want to buy his book that we went to his ranch and shot photos for, you could maybe buy that with Charles token, and you trade so many Charles tokens in order to get his book. So lots of cool things. Anyway, to sum it all up, we're at the very beginning of what I think is going to be a new golden era of digital media, because all of the, prior to digital licensing, when artists were making tons of money and they had the ability to create more, right? We had really cool music videos. We had, you can argue whether or not the music is better or not. We were empowering creators, and that's what we're really trying to do, is how do we empower creators? And as fans, right, we want to connect with them. We want to support them. We buy vinyl records because we want to support them. So, outside of that, it's like, I would like to see behind the scenes. I would like to buy, writings and poetry books, and see photography and exclusive interviews and all these things that exist and artists have. And even with the music labels we've talked to, they have no way to monetize any of that. So a lot of times they don't even put it on YouTube. It's like, they consider it just like a waste of time. Whereas like as a fan, I'm like, hey, I would love to see that. I'd be happy to pay for it if I could just get access to it. So we actually talked to a really big music label the other day that has several hundred music labels, and they said, like, their direct quote was, the future of music is blockchain, and they're trying to figure it out. So, obviously we're engaging with them and going down a great path with them, but they understand fundamentally too that this technology is absolutely, whether it's us or somebody else, for sure, will forever change the way that we own music, just like all the other music formats that I listed out at the beginning. blockchain will be the next version of how we interact with digital media for music and for films and for books and all the things that we buy, because the current system is super jacked up. And even for music labels, right? It's like they're not making that much from streaming. They're getting hurt. They've cut budgets for music videos because originally that was a commercial to get people to go buy the album, right? And so even when we get, you know, feedback that's like, well, nobody will ever quit using Spotify, I don't disagree. Spotify is basically our generation's version of FM radio, right? So the way it could be used instead is to say, hey, we put a couple of the singles there, and the impetus is to then go and buy the album from the artist, right? So we can work in tandem to make a better system and really empower creators. And I think that's it. And I still have 2 minutes left, so thanks.
Is it just you? Okay. Okay, I'll wait for the other ones to come.
Cool.
Yeah, just hang out. We'll wait for the rest of the crew.
Are you guys speaking?
Yes. Yeah, we are. At 3.
Okay, I'm the other one. I guess we all get one. So nice to meet you guys. Huh?
I thought we had no idea. Yeah.
I guess we grab mics and sit down and just talk. I don't know.
What was your panel about?
It said winning at Web3 distribution. I went, I don't know. All right.
Okay.
I'm Tony.
On talent.
Good to meet
He's
you
my
guys.
boss.
Oh, okay. So,
So he's the weirdest way to put it. We work together. He is a company that we use for publishing.
okay. Yeah, I was like, guys, what?
That must be why they shifted it, because they must have wanted to combine. But they didn't mention it. So they're just like, hey, we moved your time.
Yeah, and last I was told it was supposed to be called winning at Web3 distribution. I went, what do they mean by that? I mean, I can talk about it, sure,
Yeah.
but I mean, I come from the video game side of things.
Same. We're all gaming.
So
yeah.
typically when people are, well, how do you get like Web3 users to, you don't, right? It's not, what you do is you make great content, make it super fun, and then you remove the barriers for people to get in.
All right, I'm less nervous about this conversation now. It's much easier.
Like,
we thought we were just going to have to sit here and talk for like the entire time.
oh no, I'll talk.
You talk too.
It's,
Great.
It's cool. And
Did you get some mics?
Grab mics.
Yeah. I'm silly and ridiculous, so I'll probably say stupid shit. So make you guys look good.
Do we have another chair to put up there? They're grabbing chairs. They are, okay.
And then she'll let me shoot prior to.
Okay, awesome. Perfect.
What? It'll get muted prior, or? Yeah, she has it muted on the board. She'll unmute you. Okay.
So what do you guys? What's that?
No, I don't think we have anyone introducing us.
No idea.
They didn't really prep us very much.
Okay, if not, then you guys can just go on stage. Let me just
are publishing, developing games?
He runs.
I'm on the growth team, and I do creator work
Get
for the
ready
network.
for the
So Axie
ultimate
Infinity's
Rare
coming this
Evo
week.
closeout party at Omnia Nightclub
And I bring
this
games to
Saturday
market.
night.
For Ronin.
This will be
Primarily
an
Ronin, yeah.
unforgettable night featuring the sensational
Do you want to
Zed.
get out of the...
Yeah, it's kind
Don't miss out. All ticketed
So,
Rare
yeah, I've
Evo
been in the game
attendees
industry
get
like
in free.
25, 26
Contact
years.
us
It's
for
like the head
VIP
of- I was the head
table
of publishing
and
at
bottle
Sega,
service packages.
head of partnerships at
That's
Beta.
longer than he spent alive.
RareEvo.io for more details. See you there.
Well, I've done like.
He's getting a bad performance review.
Oh,
That's what's happening.
Enjoying
Can I
the
get this
event?
raise?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Fire up that
Sorry.
wallet and delegate your
So what
seat
company do you work for
Rare
now?
State.
Reflight. So
For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality
we do all
staking
kinds of stuff
services.
and video games like
And we're now
AI,
Chang
NFTs, all
Hardfork
kinds of
ready.
stuff. So for
Thank you for
normally
your
when people ask
support.
me about this subject, I'm like, we did the same thing that we did at the beginning of free to play.
Yeah.
Just make a goddamn game. I won't swear so much.
No,
Like,
cool.
Make a really good game.
Oh, I swear like a sailor, so it's okay.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop
Not
like
the
a
only
couple
one.
bucks on stage. Not intentionally, just.
I hate League of Legends.
Oh.
No, that's good. I worked with Paul Bettner, who is the creator of Worth of Friends. Worked for him for a year, and he has like the whole pitch of it's basically like the whole concept of what you're doing is as long as you're early to the right thing, everyone's gonna hate it, but they always come around. And he's like mobile gaming is that way. He's like he's like when they were making Age of Empires and they were making online games, everyone's like, why would you play an online game? You play the disc. And then it was, why would you play a game on your phone? Why would you play a game in VR? Why would you play a free-to-play game? It's cyclical.
Yeah, in the end.
We look at it as like, we're just in that cycle of like,
Well, yes, see, I usually talk about the beginning of free to play. Everybody thought it was scary and bad. There were bad actors and stupid things. And then those of us that like brought it in, oh, that felt so good.
so they're like, oh wait, no, this is better.
Yeah, and now we're doing the same thing. We're using blockchain to actually fix the problems that gamers run into right now. And I'm like, it makes their life better. But we're past that early stage of all of the NFT craze hypes
The
and all
Rare
that
Evo
shit,
closeout
where all the bad
party
actors
is
made all
tonight
their money.
at Omnia Nightclub
We're on the other
here
side
at
of that now.
Caesar's
So now
Palace.
we actually need to make fun games.
It has to be the actual games.
This will be an
Right?
unforgettable
That's what we're
night
gonna, and that's
featuring
kind of
the
the focus, right? It's
sensational
like,
Zed.
I don't know, people are like,
Don't miss out.
get
All
confused by
ticketed Rare
our user
Evo
base.
attendees get in free.
Just because we have games we want
Contact
to
us
play.
for
Like, there's,
VIP
you know,
table and
we
bottle
don't get 2
service
million
packages.
DAU off of like
Visit
not having
rareevo.io
games.
for
Like, it'd
more
be a crazy
details.
number to have. If
See
our
you
games,
there.
we have, 15 titles. I think most of 15 titles now.
Sweet.
Good to go. We do? Cool.
Okay.
Awesome. Guess I'll sit in between you guys.
Yeah, you sit in the middle.
I'll keep you guys from fighting.
Oh, we do all the time. Yeah, you're in like the lucky
Wait,
moment.
wait a minute. I'm just gonna get a little backhands between the two.
Yeah, you just get the crossfire. It's like,
That's okay. You can't make this face look anymore.
You're like, what's your rank?
oh, it works. It works now? Oh, there you
Yeah,
go.
it works.
Amazing.
They turned mine on. What a mistake.
They didn't really give us a signal yet. I don't know what we're doing.
I mean, we could just get up here and do karaoke.
I would love that. I would love that. I'm very down for a karaoke session. What's your go-to song?
Are we good to start? Okay,
Ooh.
we can start.
We can start.
Okay.
Amazing.
Cool. Intros?
Yeah, intros. I can go first.
Can you
my
move yours
name's
a little bit closer?
Oh, we're going closer. Okay. My name's Finn. I work for the Ronin Network. I'm on the growth team there. Yeah.
I'm Tony Colafrancesco. I'm the head of partnerships for Reflect. And also I've managed a lot of their game initiatives. I'm executive producer on ChronoShot. So yeah, I've been in the industry about 27 years or so. So really having a good time.
Hey, what's up? I'm Hantao. I am a co-founder at Moku, and we publish games primarily on the Ronin Network, so we bring games to market. Before Web3, I was in traditional gaming for about 11 years, so about maybe half the time of Tony's.
I'm old. Yeah.
It just means gaming's been around a long
Experienced.
time. Yeah, it's just that gaming's been around long enough that we're now in this like new phase where I think rightfully so we have a lot of people who come from a long history in the industry who are getting excited again because there's a new sort of genre of gaming to get excited about. You know, I think things have been stale maybe for a little bit. That's fair.
Yeah, and well, the whole reason I got to Reflect was because of blockchain and what it could do for gaming, and it got me excited. The last time I was this excited was when this goes back was when free to play became a thing, right? And everyone freaked out like, oh, I have to pay for games, like, and then they realized how good it was. And at the beginning of free to play, everyone was scared to death, like, oh, it's going to be. And you had bad actors, right, who would take advantage of folks and sully the waters. And then those of us that embraced it, made good games, put the time in, and created a good experience, it suddenly became the dominant, way of, monetizing games. And I look at what's happening in blockchain today, so similar. Like at the, there was the NFT craze and hype, and people made a lot of money, and all the bad actors, that rip people off. That's all done. We're past that. And now we're at that point where it's not, a bunch of craze that is good. It's got to be good game content, and it's got to be fun. And now we actually have to show how we're making gamers' lives better using blockchain technology.
Yeah, I think that's like a lot of what we focus on at Ronin, right? Like, we started with Axie Infinity, which, for the most part, I think can be collectively just like called one of the greatest successes of Web3 gaming to date. I think it's one of the only games that's really hit any kind of mass scale users. It was about 2.8 million DAU at peak. And when I look back at like sort of how that's transpired, going from, starting with just building a game, right? And the concept of being, this was a group of guys who were in CryptoKitties and just kind of met each other and were into this concept of breeding and this concept of trading. And it turned into, okay, how do we build a game from that? And then, that game takes off like crazy and a community is built. And then realizing that at scale, that community needed more than just a singular game. It needed more than just a singular title. And to actually like scale beyond just being this like single title game was building infrastructure around that would support other teams to do the exact same thing that Axie had done over the years. And that's sort of where Ronin came from. It was the concept of how do you scale and build an ecosystem that can do for Axie, do the same thing for other games. And these days we're now at I think 15 titles published. We get new titles coming in all the time. Around 2 million DAU playing those games. We have breakouts like Pixels, which is 1 million DAU, a pretty absurd user base of just fanatic fans, which is like ultimately what you want from games is just absolutely a crazy cult. Like you want a crazy cult of people, and I think that's where we're pushing for right now in gaming is identifying how to build these really obsessive cults around games.
I think one of the things that we really saw when Axie was first really getting millions of DAU was a new distribution model, because instead of games directly running advertisements on all of the platforms, you actually saw player-to-player distribution and the ability to distribute assets between players. So they were the ones who were actually acting as part of that publishing stack to get your assets into the hands of other players. And because of that, that allowed them to scale significantly faster, and it actually came from a source of trust rather than looking at an ad on TikTok or Facebook.
Yeah, or trusting the game developer, right? Like you weren't having to sit there and be like, I hope the game developer, is going to deliver an asset that like holds value in this game, when they could just, tend to just decide, oh, we're actually going to, we're going to sunset that. And you paid for it, but we're going to sunset it. It doesn't matter anymore. And changing that model to being like player-to-player economy, I think always makes people happier to jump in. Like, I'm an avid CSGO player, now CS2, and one of the things I love about that game is the player-to-player economy. I can buy assets directly from other players, and even if they're more expensive that way, I don't feel bad about supporting a player economy because I don't have to support the company directly. Maybe I'm paying some royalties on the side, but I'm not having to support a system that I don't necessarily agree with, which is the idea of just like continue to pump out assets that don't necessarily get to move into other titles, or I really get to transact and own myself, which is always kind of the flawed model that in Web3 gaming we sort of hope to solve.
Yeah, right on. That the average gamer who feels like publishers are just pumping out more skins, more that it's not really great content, and they feel like it's a mill, and it kind of is, right? But when you put more agency back into the hands of the player, it really starts to change the game, and they feel like they actually have the ability to, make an impact, which is really, really huge. So that's why I love a growth model based on player to player versus ad networks. The other thing you're going to get is you can spend a ton of money on ad runs, but the quality of the players you're going to be bringing in are never going to be that great. And when you have it more based on player-to-player interaction, you're getting your key demographic. So every player you get in is way higher, on the value scale than some rando you got off of an ad network from, that might be a bot. You never know.
Yeah, you really don't know. It's also interesting too. Like something we've seen on Ronin being tested like just recently was like in-game advertisement to existing players. So like Pixels has billboards in its like town square, and obviously like per day you can get up to 200,000 to 500,000 players walking past an advertisement. And the test was to say, hey, well, there's all these like community-built tools that are third-party tools that kind of help you track your resource management, your inventory. What if you market those in game? Like, is that even tangible on this like secondary level now of like not only is it player-to-player economy, but now it's like player-to-player advertising economy, using players as the liquidity for that advertising campaign. It's just like it's really exciting to me to see being able to get into the details of that a lot more. Where a publisher is not going to see running advertisements for a third-party platform as competition, but they actually see it as like a really exciting advancement and something that they can get behind because it's pushing the industry forward in a way that's productive.
Yeah, and that's a much better way, of doing any kind of in-game advertising. One of the things that has just, as a gamer myself, I hate pop-ups and I hate getting spammed with stuff, and it knocks me out of the game experience, right? Whatever the game is, like, oh my God, I just got interrupted and it sucks. So tasteful advertising can be done, right? And ones that like actually provide a value to the end user is acceptable. And I'd say one of the only other ways I ever saw it really well done is like groups like Frameplay that like actually bake an ad into the background on a billboard, for something relevant. And then it's not it doesn't pop up, it's not obtrusive. So that's another way of doing it. But one thing I wanted to mention that we're doing at Reflect when it comes to making it easier for players to new players, Web 2 players, to come on board, right? So you can try and market only to a Web 3 audience that's that big, right? Or you can make content and a way to bring in people to the Web 2 audience and expose them in really great ways to what Web 3 can provide. And one of the ways that we did that is anybody coming in and registering Reflect, we make it a simple process. Come in from Google, Apple, Facebook, Epic, we don't care. Click on it, off you go. And then we create a custodial wallet on the background. You can add your own wallet if you want to. Brand new player Web 2 has no idea what Web 3 is, has never made a purchase, is completely clueless, and also a lot of people get scared. They're like, I don't know what the Web 3. All they know is this is a fun-looking game. I'm going to click, I'm going to play, and oh my God, 5 minutes later, I just blew a bunch of stuff up, and it felt good. And that's what they care about. The next thing they know, they look in their wallet, and they're like, what's this?
Yeah, they get like a reward for just playing a game and enjoying a game, and like
exactly.
That has never existed in a way that then they can take that and actually have the ownership of that. It's like I completed this task, I got this thing, and it's like, oh, maybe that's worth like a little bit of money. And that's such a crazy concept. Like the fact that, we talk a lot about like thinking, back to the days of like grinding out accounts on RuneScape and selling them, or I know Hantao, you were a big, was it Diablo?
Diablo 2.
It was Diablo 2 gold arbitrager. And like, so these things have existed, but they've always been in that weird gray area of like, the game itself is never going to support that. And so you kind of have to do it in these weird ways that are potentially against terms of service. But we're coming to this time frame where all the people who are doing that, suddenly there's like an entire ecosystem of games that want you to do that.
I'm pretty sure all the players that exist in Web3 used to be World of Warcraft players, gold farmers, RuneScape players, like Diablo players, and they're all here because of that.
They're used to the grind.
Very true.
Yeah,
right?
they're used to the grind. They're used to the scale of things. Yeah, it's definitely like super cool to see how because every now and again I'll test out some stuff on social where we'll like post about old games, and be like, you grew up in these streets kind of thing, and we always get like crazy engagement from the RuneScape stuff, and from Ragnarok and from World of Warcraft and stuff like that. So it's super cool because especially now, like we recently were able to get one of the Ragnarok IPs onto Ronin, which is crazy. It's like that's
fantastic.
To anyone who doesn't know, Ragnarok was essentially just it was the RuneScape of Southeast Asia. It's a massive, massive game, and we recently were able to kind of introduce them to blockchain and have them want to test IP in this new industry. They're a very successful game studio. They built a lot of games, and so it's kind of cool seeing that come full circle where we're like, oh wait, maybe people are like actually interested in this that know what they're doing and have done this for a very long time.
One of the things I get asked very often is like, well, okay, how does blockchain solve things for gamers? And I'm like, well, all you need to do is actually be a gamer and then tell me every frustration point you have, and guess what? It starts like, good Lord. Selling accounts, doing all that stuff, and it's against terms of service. Okay, right there is a great way when you actually get ownership of your items, and they're you're able to move them and able to grow them, and like, oh my God, it's all the stuff that we wish we could be doing back in the day without breaking terms of service, right?
Yep.
Or
Getting a lawsuit from Apple.
Yeah, exactly. And you're like, well, so I guess at the end of the day, like blockchain can prevent you from getting a lawsuit from Apple.
Yes. So
and one of the many utilities.
I wanted to touch again on like really that power of allowing players to have their assets, because in Web 2, it was literally just a calculation of the cost per acquisition versus the value of your customer throughout their lifetime. And that was it. And the only thing you were optimizing for is just how much money you can make for them. But if you think about gaming and how it's evolved over the last decade, when was the last time you actually played a video game that none of your friends played, right? All the video games and things that you're trying out are because you are the person peer pressuring your friends to play, or you're the one getting peer pressure to download and play the game. And what we're seeing is like people and their friend groups are the ones that are championing your product and your game to play in their community, because without that, it's like, oh, this is just a random bullshit ad that I'm getting on this TikTok.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that because like your Discord especially, the Discord for Moku has been like this place where we've seen that happen in real time, where like we'll have, right now we have a couple of games that are doing, open and closed beta tests, and one of them was doing a beta test, and you could not go into the Discord voice chat and play anything else. There was no other option. If you joined, you're playing Lumiterra. That was the only option. It was like, this is the game that we're all playing. We're all playing it right now. You can play with us, or you can find another voice channel. And like,
or you can be on your own voice channel.
Yeah, it's like you can go be alone, or you can play with us. And like, I'm a big fan of that. I'm a big fan of bullying people and playing games. I think that's like the best way to do it. But it's also like really amazing to see, because I even think back to like a year ago where, there really wasn't enough games to even have a competition between what you were going to play at any given time. A lot of the studios that are even here were not, ready to show things off. A lot of the studios that everyone was talking to, we knew they were coming. We knew about them, but we didn't have gameplay. We didn't have beta tests. We didn't have open tests. And we didn't have games on launchers. We're now sitting at a point where like we have, there's probably 20 plus titles in the Epic launcher. I know there's plenty of titles on Steam. We're seeing people develop their own launchers, and the player liquidity is now actually competing across games. It's not, it's no longer that we all focus on like a single game at any given time. We're actually seeing like, on Ronin especially, of our 1.6 million DAU right now, we see that like, Pixels still holds the mind share. That's still the main one. And then we see it ebb and flow as these open beta tests come out, where we see kind of them move around. but we're also seeing the player liquidity evening out a lot more than I think we ever have seen, where, again, when we look back to when it was just Axie, that was it. That was the only game. There was, you played Axie. And now it's like, okay, I can play Axie or I can play any of the 15 games. And, seeing those numbers spread out is like it's really cool to see.
Yeah, it's a really exciting time because we're, not across several companies, we're all having simultaneous launches, and it's great, and gives a lot more agency to the end user. I'm going to quickly do a shameless plug. We just went into early access last week with one of our titles, ChronoShot. It's really, really fun. It's ridiculous and fun. And actually, if you go play it over at our booth today, you can see Charles and Nike in the game itself, which is just, we're like, let's do it. And he was playing it, which is fun. But yeah, we're launching titles right now. We're also bringing on a bunch of Cardano games that are fantastic. And one of the things that we're doing, because we want to actually give more value to the end user, is if you get digital collectible, NFT, whatever you want to call it, but it's in your wallet.
Whatever you're calling them, yeah.
Yeah, it's in your wallet. Several of our games and our partner games will recognize it and give you utility in that game. But it might be something like another playable character in another game. Could be a cloak, could be a bobblehead. It's pretty great. So we're not just doing blockchain enabling, but doing partnerships where extending player value based on their collections. We think it's going to be pretty wild. So.
I think it is too. It's also something you're not seeing in like traditional gaming as much. Like even if you look at like Fortnite, the level of collaboration with other games is still like not there. But like you look at Web3 and like every single game wants to work with other games. And like we sometimes have to like step in with teams on Ronin because they're hyper focused on this idea of like collaborate with everyone. And we're like, amazing, this is great. We're like, but like you can launch your game too. You can work on your game. You don't have to partner with other games. But like people love that idea of like I want to have this asset, or because I hold this asset in my wallet, I go into this game and it gets me something extra. That to me is so cool. Like the idea that if I was playing a bunch of Call of Duty and somehow loaded up, I don't know, some other game, like jumped into Fortnite, that because of my playtime or because of some connection to my player profile, I get a benefit in that other game. There's never really been a tool that solves for that until blockchain comes in and goes, hey, your wallet's your player identity, it's your source of truth. Yeah. So now you can go in across multiple genres of games, multiple places, and have that player profile that identifies, hey, this person's a giant fan of this game, and because they're a giant fan of this game, when they jump into this new game, they're going to get a special skin that identifies them as a fan of that genre. And then they get to find people in that game that are also going to have that same skin, and they get to connect and share experiences that like otherwise it'd be a little more difficult to figure out.
I think one of the highest regarded things that our community has asked for is actually integration of our IP into pixels as avatars, because they want to utilize that identity to play into different games. And I think as a downstream effect of that is like the community that you're building within all of these games is like, how are you accruing your community to your brand, right? And that's partially through the IP, because with that, you're able to go through different games, different genres, and they can have that same identity that they're carrying throughout. And then they're like, wow, if I can get a skin in this game, a skin in this game, a skin in this game, they're accruing value throughout time. And they're like, wow, this is really cool.
Yeah, one of the things that happened to me years ago, I was, one of the first things that kind of clicked where blockchain could come into play. I was playing League, right? And I know some people are like, League, but I love League, right?
What's your rank?
Yeah. I'm not saying anymore. I don't actually play regular. I only play TFT anymore.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna tell you how bad I am there either. Everybody else cheats. I'm not that bad. Yeah. So a buddy of mine went to PAX East, and he got the code and entered it in game, and I got a PAX Sivers skin.
Mm-hmm.
And
I got that one.
You got PAX? Yeah. Okay, so have you had people offering to buy your account?
Yes.
Because okay, so I'm like
PAX TFT, PAX Siver.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, oh my God, people leave me alone. And then it clicked like, what? Collectability? And I kind of own it. And people are offering me ridiculous money to to buy my account. Wait a minute. And and then seeing how the drive, where things that you would own and collectability and rare things, and the value that the other players have on it. See, it wasn't any person. Nobody said it's worth $1,000. I just had a bunch of people offer me $1,000 for my account. And I'm like, wow, the community put the value on that. But thinking how that could be, how could that whole process be better? And then when blockchain became a thing, I'm like, oh, there it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, I think it was a similar thing for me. I remember I had been working in crypto for a bit, and in 2022 I ended up meeting Paul and Katie Bettner, who Paul was behind Age of Empires and Xbox Live and Words with Friends and a bunch of really amazing titles and products. And I had met them, and they were talking about building a Web3 game. And as a gamer myself, I was like a little bit skeptical. I was like, crypto gaming. I was like, yeah, I'm into crypto, but crypto gaming, like, what has this really been? And they kind of explained the thesis of just like, you should be able to exist within an ecosystem of game titles where everything that you own is transferable. They were like, what games did you play? And at the time, I was like playing a lot of Battlefield. And I was like, yeah, I've been spending hundreds of thousands of dollars every single title on skins, cosmetics, expansions, and they've never carried forward. There's never been any benefit to that, ever.
I might own a Counter-Strike knife that's worth a couple grand that I can't use anymore because I don't play the game.
We don't have to get into my Counter-Strike inventory. But that's another example of a game where like that, then it clicked. Once I sort of compared it to the fact that like, I've been playing Counter-Strike and spending a lot of money on skins, but at every avenue, I can transfer those skins around. I can send them to other players. I can sell them, Once that unlocked, I was like, okay, this makes sense. I was like, but then Valve, I don't want to support Valve, so Valve sucks. We got to replace Valve. We got to fix Valve
How many
entirely.
times have I heard that?
Yeah, right. And so like it clicked a little bit for me of the concept of just like, it's good to focus on wanting to replace systems that we all have just begrudgingly gone with for many years.
Because there was no other choice.
There was no other choice, and now there is, and that to me I think is the most exciting part.
And one other thing that's making it's really exciting to me right now is the shift I have seen in folks who are actually working on games. Because I think early on, it was people making really mediocre games, trying to then just sell NFTs and shove stuff out. Where those of us who are actual gamers and consume this content and know that if something rubs us the wrong way, how dare we put that in front of our audience? And it's just making me really happy to see that shift in that, folks who love gaming are now the ones actually making the product. So it's good days.
Yeah.
We only have 2 seconds, so I'll close it out in terms of, we didn't talk about growth that much.
No, we didn't. We kind of got sidetracked on everything else.
Because I'm so short. I don't like talking about growth.
But if you do want to grow your audience in Web3, I think it's literally how do you take care of your players? That's the most important thing, because we've all experienced it personally of getting fucked by Web2 companies and losing our assets, losing our things. So how do you take care of your players and how do you take care of your core community? And I think that's just the most organic way to grow.
Dude, you couldn't have said it better. Perfect closing.
Thank you. Say what?
Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support.
Ladies.
Yeah, you could have.
All three of you presenting?
I'm introducing them and then asking them some questions. So like a moderator.
Okay, so you're the moderator. There you go.
What is the best distance? I suck at this.
About, you want to kind of get it close because the room is so loud.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's all ready. She'll unmute you prior to. It's just you three?
Yes. I think so. Yeah. I was gonna get some more.
Is there not a panelist, or you're the panelist, right?
So you're gonna.
Or the moderator? Are we not doing
moderator,
this?
the panelist.
Oh, right, that's what I meant. I'm sorry. Yeah.
So what are you gonna go up and say? Introduce us, or we're just gonna? I don't know.
Visit rareevo.io
You first go
for
on.
more
I
details.
guess introduce yourself.
See you there.
I don't even know how joining me today is so and so. Hey girls.
They should have an MC. Where the MC at, bro?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh well, we're learning. We're learning.
Thanks for joining us. I forgot all about that. I thought that was just gonna start with us sitting up there.
Yeah. Usually there's an MC, but looks like they did not have one. I could ask Ike to introduce us. You'd be like, "Welcome everybody," with his deep, delicious voice.
Yeah, right? He has such a great
He
like
does.
dramatic flair in his voice.
He's hot. Hottie. Hottie. I haven't even looked at all. Like, I looked at the questions, but I'm not like, I'm gonna.
I hate following any type of format.
I'm like, I'm just gonna off the cuff. Like, that's. I feel like that creates the best answers. It's on the spot.
So do you want me to walk out and introduce them first, or are we just gonna because I'm like asking them questions too?
It's your show, however you want to do it. So that's how a lot of other people have been doing it, kind of introducing the panelists. But
Okay.
it's totally up to you.
But then I'm also talking to them. Okay.
Oh yeah, we're just waiting for.
Stay up there.
Okay.
Oh, it's on a timer. I guess. Yeah. Can we just? We're on stage.
Yeah, we'll do it. I will sit this way.
Cool. Let's do the little.
Hey everyone, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I'm Jape, a Web3 community member and curator. I have the opportunity to moderate and ask my friends, Ashley DeCan, content creator and a Web3 philanthropist, Dyla, content creator, Seal mother, and community brand builder. So let's get started.
I think this is pretty awesome.
Thank you. I did good, I think.
Do you feel badass? I feel a little badass.
A little bit. So basically, we're going to discuss the differences in networking versus Web 2 versus Web 3 for women in the space. Women in any industry, honestly. Dyla, as a content creator, and you've been in the space much longer than I, like, what is your outlook on the differences between, say, the societal and cultural expectations from Web 2 to Web 3 in this type of environment?
Well, in Web 2, I think that I found that in Web 2 there was a different constraint due to what was considered professional. Web 2 traditionally is you have to have this very curated image. You think of women in business and you're like, that's power suit. That's, 4-inch heels and kind of like that, I don't know, she-dragon mentality. That's what we see as a woman in power in Web 2. And in Web 3, I found that we're able to kind of embrace more of that individuality. And I think there's a lot more freedom in that. You can do things a lot more authentically and connect with the community around you in a much more real way, where you're not worried about saying, okay, well, I need to put this image out of myself where I'm almost like on this pedestal and inaccessible as being a figure, as opposed to like, yeah, I can make content for my friends and make this something that's a personal thing as well as something that contributes to the world around me.
Absolutely. Ashley, like, what do you think is the biggest thing that stands out in embracing individuality and like in your sector of what you do in your content creation? How is that impacted?
I think one of my favorite things about crypto when it comes to like the individual is no matter how many content creators have similar ideas or put out videos with the same theme, you have such a different personality and such a different vibe. One of my favorite things about this industry is that I feel like it is so easy to be truly yourself. I feel like when we come to these events, we meet so many people. I feel like we truly connect in a way with our community. So it feels less like marketing and it feels more like communication. It feels more like you're just, like Dyla said, you're making content for your friends. You're making content because you are passionate about it. And this industry is new, it's full of passion, and that is the difference between every other industry, is that passion drives the content, passion drives what you are building versus just trying to climb the ladder.
Right. And if I can jump in, I think we've all been brought here by that passion. We weren't brought here by a company or, getting a job at a company or a role, and where you have to work with these colleagues. We want to work together, and most of us have met in this space. I don't think too many have come, as friends into the space. So that's awesome.
Yeah, and as a content creator in Web3, we have a really special, privilege where we have so much contact with our audience, and we encounter them on a very regular basis. We're probably at least once a month at a major conference or something. Yep. So you get that direct feedback from the people that you're creating content for and how they're receiving that and how that's kind of affecting the space around you. So I think that that's a privilege that we have, because that's not as much in Web 2, where you kind of just build this platform and you're not really kind of in the mix in real life where you can get that feedback. And so when you're creating that content, you can put a little more heart into it. You can feel like, I know exactly how people are going to feel about it, and have that conscious effort where it's, okay, now this is a personal thing. I personally want to know and see that reaction in somebody's face to this content piece I made. Absolutely. And how that affected either investing or just amusing them on the timeline.
Yeah. So this question is for both of you. With the growth of women in the space, since you guys have been in, like, how would you say that growth has inspired or impacted the content or the type of content that you guys are creating?
Yeah, I guess I'll go first on that one. So 2021 was a whole different animal. I feel like when we first started, especially as women, it wasn't as embraced. You'd post a selfie and it's like, okay, you get very interesting reactions as a doxed female back in 2021. It's been a lot better, and I feel like that has been very uplifting, because I feel like people see less division now, as men versus women, and we're more all just degenerates together. And that's been my favorite thing, is that I feel like instead of trying to, even with the women in the space, a lot of the times when you're building community and when you're, experiencing other women in other areas, especially Web 2, it can be highly competitive. It can be, sometimes kind of catty. There's a lot of different obstacles that you have as a woman versus, Web 2 versus Web 3. And I feel like in Web 3, I feel like all of us, like especially us on stage, have been able to push past, us being women, and we're just embracing the space, and we're actually making content for everyone and not just female-related things. And that's the biggest thing that I've noticed in the past few years, is that we've grown past separating female and male content and actually all embracing, us as crypto degenerates together.
Yeah, and I feel like the acceptance of women in entertainment media in Web3, we'll call it, has very much changed. We've done a lot of different panels and events that's women in Web3, and sometimes we get in our heads of what women in Web3 looks like. There has to be a bigger presence, but I think we've really felt that actually in the culture, and you can see that range because, like she said, in 21, it really was more about physical aesthetics. I can't tell you how many times I posted any picture of myself, and all it is no one wants to buy your OnlyFans. Cool,
Yep.
great. Like I have nothing else to offer. There was another video. It was just what was in the picture, right? And I don't see that anymore. I see that people recognize how long you've been in this space, the effort you've put in this space, the fact that you're also a trader, that this is also a lifestyle you live, and there's so much more respect just as a human being, and not as much as, oh, that's a woman in Web3. It's like, no, that's an active person in this space, and that's what I think real acceptance as equals is, when like you don't even have to use that in the definition to recognize someone's talent or their contribution in the space.
Right. And I can say, I can attest to that, because as like your supporters and friends, we don't see us having to defend our friends as much anymore since 2021. It's laxed a lot. So we do all have something in common. We're Sappy sisters. What would you say? Arf, 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 arf. So what would you say? There's about maybe 70 of us in our group chat. I don't know how many holders. What would you say what are the keys to success of keeping a group of people who probably most have never met each other? We're all from different diverse backgrounds. We're from all over the world, all different industries, all different dynamics. How does that just come together? How does that flow? What are your opinions on that?
I guess I'll start with that one, kind of as like, can I call myself OG Sappy Sister?
You're the mother. She's the seal mother. She's the seal mother.
I remember when there was just a few of us female Sappy seal holders, and I remember there weren't many women in this space altogether. So we'd be in the Discord, and I'm like, there's no guys or girls, there's just seals.
Yes.
And I thought it was important that if we were going to have a space where we're just the girls in a chat, we made it a safe space.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't a place where we're gonna sit here and be gossipy with each other. We're gonna be authentic friends. We're gonna come to this group chat, and this is gonna be the place where we can take a breath and talk about the difficulties we have in this space as a whole, feeling that safety of knowing that you're in a network of women who really wanna see you succeed and exist happily in Web3. And I can definitely say it's helped shape how I see the space, how much I enjoy making content, when I know that I'm not having to be self-conscious of, oh, there's this group of women in my project, and maybe there's that cattiness, because you sometimes just expect it when you're a group of women. And also holding each other to an accountability of respect. I think that it's not like we don't go outward and say, women should do that. We have to lead by examples with ourselves, and we have to show women as other women and take the first step in complimenting another woman in what she's putting effort into. Like Ashley, I can't tell you how many times I'm like, oh my God, you're killing it, you're doing an awesome job. And I want her to feel that support, because why shouldn't she? Why shouldn't she feel support by the people closest to her? And sometimes I think we tend to take advantage of the closest to us and don't tend to express that as much. Where with Sappy Sisters, we took that initiative of saying, we're gonna make sure that each one of us feels good in this space, feels supported, and that's the expectation of everyone in this chat. And if that's not for you, take a break and come back when it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that it's not just a gossip center,
No.
like that. Like since the beginning, I know that when we first started, I know you came in before me, and you were one of my biggest cheerleaders, and I love that. That's what I loved about the Sappy Sisters, is that it's all about support, uplifting. It's all about finding community versus just being like, oh, did you see what so and so posted, and things like that. Like it's not like that at all. And there was one girl that I met at a party, and she was saying how much she loved Sappy Seals, and she was into it, and we got her into the group chat, and she was just loving it because she didn't have any friends, and she found a whole community, and that's what I love about it is that there's other communities I'm sure that have males and females and all that. But Sappy Sisters is so different. It has such a different vibe. It's like a little sorority, like that's really how it feels, like a sorority of actual like sisters that are rooting for each other, not causing bad vibes. If there is somebody causing bad vibes, we call them out and they're booted. We don't deal with that, and that's the power of, I think, community overall in this space. Is I feel like a lot more times than not that people will really focus on making others feel welcome versus, bringing negativity into the space over what somebody else is doing.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was like, that was loud. So what I like about the chat is the diversity, right? So the difference between, like, say, your hometown friends or your close friends that you grew up with, sometimes you want a different perspective. Some not all the sisters know us very well. They may know our character, and they may know our personality online, but when I have a life event, I tend to go to the chat now instead of like a close friend, because you can get so many opinions. They're not biased. They come from different backgrounds, different opinions, and that's something that I really cherish. So I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Just building on that, I found that with the Sappy Sisters, we've really embraced the idea of the only qualification you have to be is a SEAL sister, and some of them aren't even like holders. It's just like you're just a supporter, and you're a part of the community just because you're around and our friend. And it doesn't matter how many holders you followers you have. It doesn't matter what you do in Web 2. We're gonna respect however you exist. And I found that I've learned a lot from younger holders. Yes. I have a 17-year-old daughter. Sometimes it's really difficult to relate to, a teenage girl as a woman. And seeing other young women and being able to ask them, and see things from their perspectives help me be a better mother and raise a strong woman, because I can understand her from her perspective and not just kind of like what my own inclinations are. And being open-minded to the fact that just because I've been around longer or I've had experience in something, that doesn't make me an expert in it. And there are a lot of times where someone a lot younger has taught me bigger lessons that I really, really did need. And just seeing the value of each other as individuals has really, really been an amazing contribution just to how I create content and how I move in the space.
Yeah. You both amaze me. I tell you guys that all the time. You're very amazing. As a brand builder, what do you look at in a community? What sparks your interest and says, I want to work with them, I want to build them up?
I'll start with this if you don't mind. Because I'm very, very much a proponent of actual, genuine community. What I look for when I look into any community, whether that be a project or even a blockchain, is what they're doing in real life to connect people. I've always said that I feel that Web3 should not be a separate life from Web 2. Web 3 should be an enhancement of Web 2. It should be it should lead into stronger relationships in Web 2. That's the utility. And so when I see projects going out of their way to acknowledge that the human connection is directly connected to speculative value, directly connected to the fact that all tides raise ships, whatever.
Yes.
You guys know what I'm saying.
A rising tide raises all ships.
I was there.
Exactly.
When I see a project recognizing that, when they see the value of people, then I see the value in that, and that's what makes me want to be a cheerleader for them.
Okay.
I love that. I'm going to piggyback on that too. just because like anytime that I'm looking on the timeline, looking to join a community, or somebody approaches me like, hey, you should, they shield coins or NFTs. When you get shilled something, you do a little research, and the first thing that I look at is how many people on the timeline are having fun. That I think people talk about utility, and all of that, and that's nice. Obviously, I feel like a lot of things need utility, but I think overall, what people need is more fun. I think in crypto, it's all about being new, being passionate, having fun, and the more fun a community has, generally the better that it does. Like if you look at any conferences, if you look at any projects, any big projects, you're seeing people having fun on the timeline. One of the biggest success stories is, Pudgy Penguins. They're always having fun on the timeline. They're doing amazing things with lots of utility. They're working with giant brands, and it all started with, I am my penguin and my penguin is me, and it's beautiful.
So both of you ladies do some character style content. So either one of you can answer this, but what does it take, or what do you look at? How do you develop a character?
You should go first on that one, honestly.
Should I? Should I? Yeah. When I develop a character to create content, I develop it based on a direct influence of how the community is moving. Mm-hmm. It's never like off the cuff where I just discover this project and that week I'm making content. It's often months of connecting with that community and getting to know these people and understanding their humor or what keeps them engaged, and that desire to create something that is genuinely like their vibe. And so, mostly everybody's kind of familiar with the Harry Potter Abomasonic Teninu character I created, like, the big blue chick from last year. And that was an experience that was really scary to me because I'd never done a character that involved. It was like a genuine, state of mind shift just to act this way in a video. But I'm like, I know the community will get it. I know that not even if the timeline doesn't, even if the space as a whole doesn't, the community knows it's just for them, and they get that humor and they're going to appreciate it. And so I take exactly what the community is and am influenced by that and kind of tune everything else out. And that kind of creates magic for me and has led me to the weirdest, most wonderful ideas I've ever had. But that's where that all comes from.
Honestly, I love your characters. They're so much fun. I mean, for me, a lot of what I do is parody. I love to watch what people do on the timeline, analyze kind of behavior. Before I was in Web3, I was a business analyst, and I watched numbers all day. Now I watch people all day. So I take that and I create the content that I feel like people generally, I wouldn't say expect to see, but what people... I'm gonna phrase this probably weird, but tickles their fancy. Like if you're watching something and you don't feel like it's relatable at all, you're obviously not gonna connect with it. And I feel like a lot of my content is about other people relating to it. Like I want people to look at it and be like, this is really what's happening. This is maybe an exaggeration of what's happening, but generally that's what it is. I just feel like a lot of people take themselves too seriously, and I try to take people's personalities that I parody and try to break it down and make it just totally ridiculous. And, it's just a lot of fun.
It's great. I love watching yours. I love what you both do. Is there anything that you want to talk about? Do you have anything up and coming that you can give us some alpha on, Dyla? Anything that you have in the works? Anything that we may have seen a little bit of sneak peeks of?
Sneak peeks of? Oh, wow. Okay. So I've been a part of many, many different events in Web3. And I actually take a lot of the time when I'm going to these events and I people watch. I'm just a student of seeing how people move around me. And I am going to be using everything I've learned in all of these events, and I'll be condensing that and helping shape some really cool events based on what I feel the people around me that go to all these events and really enjoy, like, really tuned in to them. So I think we're going to see a little bit of a departure from the typical let's go to the nightclub thing, because let's be honest, we are all degens. We do not leave our houses very often, right? So why are we going to pretend that we spend every waking hour in a nightclub in a VIP booth? Yes, there's a time and place for that, but I feel that we need to create experiences where people can talk and are a little more low-key, and maybe cater a little more to the more introverted demographic that Web3 really is, where it's a lot of people that kind of are more insular but have a more outgoing personality online because that's that safe space for them. So I'm going to be taking that knowledge and shaping some really cool experiences that I really hope that Web3 is going to enjoy. It's going to be in some really kind of weird venues, but I really do think that once they come out, it's going to be like, damn, this really is kind of the culmination of what we should be doing and how we should feel when we're at an event and interacting with each other.
I look forward to that. So in addition to content creator, crypto philanthropist, you are now a pro fighter.
Yes.
Ashley DeCan. Can you tell us a little bit about what you have upcoming? Give us it all. Like, how was the training? Are you done? Like, what are you looking forward to?
It's
give us all.
honestly been crazy. I'm fighting this month in Singapore, September 18th against the blonde broker. She's somewhere around here. I don't know where, but I'm gonna kick her ass. So I have actually got a call from her back in earlier in the year, and she called me to challenge me to this fight. And initially, I was not much of a fighter. I never really thought about it before. And then I had attended several karate combat events and influencer fight club events, and I just caught the taste of blood, I guess, is what I felt. And it was exciting. So I started, my training journey is what I'll call it, in May to get ready for this fight in September. So I only had, 4 months, which is not very much time for fighting, I think. Yeah, I think you need 6 months to a year, but I'm trying to cram it in. And honestly, it's been so life-changing, because before I was just sitting at my desk for 12 plus hours a day, tweeting, smoking weed, doing whatever, just degenerate type stuff. And I went from that to, in the gym all the time, running 3 miles a day, doing weightlifting, 3 hours plus sparring a day, literally coming home, as you can see from my bruises, coming home with bruises, scrapes, bleeding, injuries. So, it just felt like I was missing something for a long time. And I feel like this was surprisingly something that fits so well into my life and my mentality. Now I feel so much better about myself and the way that I like my mentality, the way that I feel about myself physically. It makes such a difference in your life when you feel good about yourself, not just mentally, but physically. Like, you never realize how much that affects you. I just feel like it's totally changed my life, and I cannot wait till next month till I just totally ground and pound the blonde broker. That sounds bad, but it's a fighting term, I promise.
Do you see yourself continuing this at any capacity after Singapore?
I've been thinking about that a lot. I want to see how this fight turns out. I'm very confident that I will win. Obviously, we'll see what happens. But I feel like everybody that I talk to, my coaches, people around me say that I should continue, and I'm very motivated. I feel like this is the first time in my life that I'm like motivated to get up early and go to the gym and be my best self. So I feel like it's something that I want to at some point.
That's amazing.
I just want to add about the fight with Ashley and Blonde Broker. Because this is really, really impressing me about them. Karate combat is a real sport. There's people that train for years to be able to put themselves in an arena. And oftentimes when we have influencer events, they aren't necessarily taken seriously. It kind of is like more lighthearted and whatever. And they both could have been just like, yeah, let's get in the ring. We'll work out a little bit, the couple weeks before, and it'll be fun. they've both showed a ton of respect for the actual sport itself and taking the training seriously. They've transformed themselves mentally and physically to give it justice. And these are two women that, if they put none of that effort in, would have been wildly successful and engaging with it. It still would have been an amazing success. But to take that personal effort to really say, no, we're gonna do this well. We're not gonna just make it, you know, this pretty, hey, girls in Web3 pillow fight. I really, really genuinely respect. And I think that it represents the tenacity of women in Web3 so much more than they realize, because it does show just like we are very serious about what we do. We are in the trenches, so to speak, losing money with everybody, you know, like, my bonk pot is hurting. And we do take everything in Web3 very sincerely, and just because we are women doesn't mean we do it at a lighter, fluffier level than the men in this space. So I can't tell you how much that badassery is just showing other women in the space, damn, you know what, I really should step my game up and take this seriously, because we really are like them bitches in this space.
Yeah, we can fucking do it, man.
Exactly.
We can, dude.
So yeah, I attended the Karate Combat match at Consensus in Austin, and it was amazing. So it's the IFC, the Influencer Fight Club division of Karate Combat. If you guys have not seen one yet, you have to see one. It's amazing. They're exciting. I would love to join. I went on to submit my name, but you have to choose your opponent. And I'm like, I love everyone. Like, who would I want to fight?
That's what everybody says, but you know.
So I've not completed that submission because I'm like, I don't know who would I want to fight. I don't want to fight anyone.
Just pick the person that you feel like,
I can kick their ass.
Like you just have the rivalry with, you know, like her and I still talk. We're, you know, like we've got like a rivalry going. We don't like hate each other. Maybe in the ring we'll probably hate each other. Once we start hating each other, we'll probably, you know, feel that heat.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think it was, she's the only one that I feel like I could have started with. So I feel like we both respect the game.
Yeah.
I think we both respect each other in the fight, and the fact that we're both doing this is kind of crazy, starting from the same place. So,
well, the sisters have your back, so we'll be rooting you on.
Hell yeah.
Well, we're going to wrap things up, everyone. So I was just thank you so much for you guys doing this. We look forward to what you have coming up. We definitely look forward to Singapore. I will try to get there my best. And that's September 18th?
September 18th.
And what event is that?
That is kind of, it's more associated with Token 2049. It's
Okay,
right
there you
before
go.
Breakpoint.
That's what I thought. Okay. So look out for Ashley at Karate Combat, September 18th.
Thanks, guys.
And thanks, Dyla. Thanks, Ashley. Thanks, everyone, for coming. We'll see you soon.
Woo! Woo! All right.
Arf.
Arf.
Arf, arf, arf.
Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Evo 2025 tickets are on sale now. Save big. General admission passes are discounted to $250, and VIP passes are only $800. Join us August 7th through 9th, 2025 at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Hurry, only 30 days left to save. Visit rareevo.io and buy your tickets now. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free.